Howdy folks, Corky Duke Farminator here. Come with me if you want to farm. This is Farming Simulator 22, Michigan Farms Map. Excuse me, damn. Schafer's Ag Service, part 123. This is an accurate replica of the farm I grew up on. I gotta check to make sure everything's working right, because something tells me that it's not. Like it wasn't a couple of live streams ago, kind of screwed up. Switch the bits. All right, looks like it's good. All right, looks like it's working. All right, here we go. Okay, we were, oh, I think we had finished all the field work. I do believe we have that. We were working on field 15 there. Well, I think it's done. All right. Is that full? I think it is. Or I should say empty. Is the... Yeah, it is empty. All right. Okay. All right. All right. I think I can speed time up. Try to get into May 3rd. Did need to drop food in there. All right. That holds a lot of food. 3 million liters, that's a lot of food. It should hold for quite a while, quite a long time. All right. Well, time to, I think I started riding them, so let's finish riding them. Get them all ridden, and then we'll be good to go. Speed time up, man. Alrighty. Should be into May 3rd here pretty soon. Hey, no, 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 no. Yes, my horses are named after the Three Stooges and their wives. I might be coming down with a cold. Got some cough syrup. Don't poop in the barn, Larry. Well, that scale house brings back memories. Used to play in, there was a sandbox right there I used to play in. My dad had a sandbox. It was just an area with sand in it. It wasn't really a sandbox, but I would place my plastic army men in there, and even sometimes like bury the tanks, and then throw rocks at them, pretending I was invading them. World War II stuff. Well, I can remember, and this is what got me interested in history. Staring at a picture of the Battle of Gettysburg at the 5th New Jersey Dead at the wheat field and just being fascinated. I mean, I'd stare at that picture for hours. I think that if politicians' children had to fight the wars that they start, then finally there would be no more war. I can think of a number of politicians whose sons did fight in wars and didn't seem to stop that, but maybe not, but hopefully someday man can live in peace. And it almost sounds ridiculous from the outset. Like Arnold Schwarzenegger says in the movie Terminator 2 Judgment Day, you're wired to kill each other. And he said something to that effect. I can't remember exactly what he said. I love that scene though. I think James Cameron did that on purpose to prove a point, because these two children have these toy guns and they're shooting at each other and saying, "You're dead. No, I got you," and stuff like that. Then the mother comes over and says, "Stop this or I'm going to wring your necks." And it's just like, holy cow, what a way to prove a point. What a way to freaking prove a point. That's what he says. It's in your nature to destroy yourselves. That's what he says. Man, I remember watching Terminator 2 when that came out. That was an incredible movie. Man. I love that when they're at Sidon and they're planting all those explosives to blow the place up. And then John looks out and sees all those police cars out there. That says, "Oh, we got company." He says, "Police, how many?" And he's like, "All of them, I think." What a great line. All of them, I think. Oh, man. Oh, no, that was a great movie, though. That really was. I'd stopped watching them after Rise of the Machines, though, Terminator 3. I didn't watch, like, what was it, Fury Road and all the other ones. I just lost interest, I guess. Just like I lost interest in the Indiana Jones movie after Last Crusade. Haven't seen any of those either. Like the Crystal Skull and whatever the other one was. Mom, be upset when we go to the front yard like this. Oh, I think I am coming, getting sick. they all been ridden? Yep. Next month she gives birth. Same thing with Helen, which is Mo's wife, and Mabel is Larry's wife. And Valerie is, I think, Curly's fourth wife, I think. The one he was most happiest with. The one that he had when he died, I believe. Pretty sure. Gina's Curly Joe's wife. Hit the wrong button. Again. Always hitting the wrong button.
Let's manage a franchise and football head coach. Maybe Miles High City? Not feeling it. What about Pete?
New York, I'm Ali Velshi in for Chris Hayes. Everywhere you turn, on all fronts, Donald Trump is flailing, both domestically and internationally. His agenda, such as one exists, has been an unmitigated disaster. Now, none of this is particularly new, but today is one of those days.
Hey, Austin, how you doing?
It feels like it's all
Thanks for joining the stream.
And the end result is that Donald Trump has become, in just
Glad
18
you're doing
months,
fantastic. I'm
one
doing
of
okay.
the most deeply
I'm coming down
unpopular
with a cold.
presidents in American history. Now, you clearly don't need me to tell you that. This has been the same story from basically every pollster. His approval rating is somewhere in the mid to low 30s, 33% according to Reuters, 35% according
Which is lower
to
than his felony
Basically,
count.
2/3 of the country thinks the guy is bad at his job. Now, the last third seems to be his people who will seemingly continue to support Donald Trump no matter his ineptitude or his broken promises, but they are firmly in the minority. Obviously, a significant reason for this polling trend is the economy. Trump ran on solving the cost of living crisis, on bringing prices down on day one. He promised a lot of things on day one, but he's only made things worse. But just set the economy aside for a moment. I'm going to get back to it, but set it aside for a moment. Because even if you're part of the roughly 30% who think that Donald Trump is doing a fine job on that issue, we have a bunch of new developments just today that should give you pause about where we're headed as a country. First, there is this disastrous war with Iran, which is dragging on with no particular end in sight. Remember back in June, Trump signed a memorandum of understanding with Iran. The so-called ceasefire was supposed to last 60 days, while an actual peace deal was negotiated. Well, the deadline for that passed on Monday with no such deal, and the war is no closer to being over. What's more, Trump has handed Iran a tool that in some ways rivals the power of a nuclear weapon. Control over the flow of commerce through the Strait of Hormuz. That gives the Iranian government far more leverage on the international stage than a bomb. There's no turning back the clock on this one. Iran controls the strait, and barring a ground invasion of U.S.-led troops and the loss of countless lives that would entail, Iran is likely to control it for some time. And what's Donald Trump's response? A promise to declare the strait a new U.S. territory, which is once again a totally meaningless Trump promise, and one that does nothing to either end this war or, back to square one on the economy, bring down your gas prices. Even if all Donald Trump did in his 4-year term was to start this war and hand Iran the Strait of Hormuz, it would still rank among the worst presidencies in modern history. But unfortunately, that's not all that Donald Trump has done. Exhibit B tonight is this ridiculous trade war that he launched on the world. Our allies simply no longer trust us as a good faith trading partner, and with good reason. Take a look at the complete debacle with Canada. Trump is threatening 50% tariffs on our ally to the north because he's frustrated with the USMCA, which is the trade deal that he himself negotiated in his first term. It looks like there may be some tentative agreement to stop the new tariffs, but fundamentally, our relationship with Canada, my home country as you know, has already been irreparably altered. Because we've proven to be a belligerent force. They are actually sick of this back and forth. Remember, Trump tried to pull the same stunt last year over basically non-existent concerns regarding fentanyl trafficking from Canada. But the fact of the matter is, America relies heavily on trade with Canada. Fully 70% of all Canadian exports come directly to this country. We rely on Canada for all sorts of things, but especially for energy. It's a guy named Doug Ford. He's a very conservative, some might argue, Trump-like premier of Ontario. It's like a governor. He threatened to essentially turn the lights out here in New York City to cut us off from Canadian electricity, which is abundant in Canada because Canada uses hydroelectricity, like Niagara Falls, and nuclear energy. That would be an actual disaster for the United States. And believe me, China is more than happy to take our place as Canada's energy trade partner. They will also import every ton of potash, every barrel of diesel, every pallet of lumber that Canada declined to sell to the United States. Again, there was no need for any of this. Canada was not a belligerent partner. They're an ally. Trump just decided to tear up that relationship on a whim. And then it happened again with South Korea this week. Trump just cut short long-planned joint military exercises with that key ally. And he said, this is the weird part, he said he's doing it out of respect for the North Korean leader, Kim Jong-un, apparently, or maybe because North Korea has so many nukes.
Were you exchanging written letters with Kim Jong-un?
Can't tell you that. But I get along with him. And you know what? The fact that I get along with him, that's a good thing, not a bad thing. He has 57 very powerful nuclear weapons. Should have never allowed it to happen. They should have never allowed it. If I were president, I wouldn't have allowed it. But he's got them. I get along with him very well.
South Korea understandably feels betrayed. They want absolutely nothing to do with us now. The president wants total military independence from the United States, and it's hard to fault them for that. But destroying that relationship accomplishes nothing for America, and it makes nobody safer except maybe the North Koreans. It doesn't even actually provide better relations with North Korea's leader, the guy who has those 57 nukes. Kim's regime says these developments change nothing. So what was the point? I could go on like this. Meanwhile, here at home, Trump's extremism has not subsided. His federal agents are still terrorizing American streets. The mass deportation campaign continues unabated. And again, nothing is happening here that actually benefits you. Later on in the hour, I'll speak with Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison. He's currently suing Texas to try and extradite an ICE agent who shot one of Ellison's constituents through a door. You just need to read a pamphlet on policing to understand that you're not supposed to shoot through a door. Just a sliver of accountability is what Ellison wants for the marauding forces that killed Renee Good and Alex Preddy for expressing their First Amendment rights. All of those reasons and more are why Donald Trump is so unpopular. It is the economy, yes, but it's not only the economy. And if you want to send a message about the direction of this country, about a belligerent foreign policy, and more endless regime change wars, and about immigration agents acting as an occupying force on American streets, you're going to have that opportunity 76 days from now on November 3rd. Ben Rhodes served as Deputy National Security Advisor under President Obama. He's now the co-host of For Crooked Media's Pod Save the World. He joins me now. Ben, I think most people will make a decision on November 3rd probably based on the economy. And that's fine. Most elections, as you know, are actually about people's economic well-being, and they probably should be. But Donald Trump just gives us reason after reason on a daily basis to not trust him and his custodianship of the government. Canada is just a simple example. It's almost a more benign relationship because most people don't know how important that relationship is, and that's fine. But it's actually quite important.
Yeah, I mean, it's our biggest trading partner, among other things. And I think, Alec, the thing about the economy is this is the predominant issue, right? Inequality is out of control. Prices are still up. People are working hard, but they can't keep up. But these things you're talking about are not foreign policy issues separate from the economy. And I think that's why he's in such a particularly disastrous situation. The war in Iran is both a catastrophic and stupid foreign policy era. It is also contributing to higher prices. It's raising the price of the pump. It's going to increase prices for things like fertilizer for farmers. A lot of stuff goes to that strait. Having tariff wars with Canada is going to hurt American consumers. Tariffs, by definition, make things cost more. So part of what is so astonishing is not only is he doing nothing about the economy, he's focused on all these other things, but also the things that he is focused on are making the economy worse. Tariffs make the prices worse. The war makes the prices worse. It just feels like we're in a tailspin here, a spiral with no end in sight.
Again, Canada feels benign because we don't really talk or think about it much because it's been that good a relationship for so long that we don't have to. But there are real conversations in Canada about energy that is going to be sold to China that was otherwise going to be sold to the United States. America doesn't want that to happen, by the way. Canada has started to see the import of Chinese electric vehicles. The conversation that Doug Ford, the Premier of Ontario, had about cutting off electricity supplies. I don't think that's likely to happen, but Canadians have stopped buying American goods. Once you wreck relationships like that, even if a friendly president comes in next time, these countries start getting used to the idea that we have other markets, we have other people to deal with, we have other people to sell our things to.
Yeah, there's short-term and then more medium and long-term problems. I mean, the tariffs as I mentioned, raise prices. There are other economic indicators. Travel and tourism from Canada is way down. That's billions of dollars. That's real money that is not coming into the American economy that used to come into the American economy. More fundamentally, as you say, though, Ali, what's happening is other countries see the United States not just as unreliable. Like the first time that Trump got elected, it was like, these guys are unreliable. Can we trust them? We don't know who they're going to elect next. Now, America seems dangerous, right? I mean, Trump has threatened to try to make Canada the 51st state. He's ratcheted up these trade wars on them. And so if they start cutting trade deals, as they already have, with countries like China, other countries are going to follow suit too. And suddenly you're going to have supply chains that avoid the United States. Suddenly you're going to have people looking to sell things to places of the United States. Suddenly you're going to have a place like South Korea that we've seen benefits from the South Korean economy taking off, being a close trading partner, a close geopolitical partner. Suddenly they're going to say, well, China's right here, they're next to us, we better make deals with them. And the United States is going to get left behind. So there's both the short-term damage of what Trump's doing, which people can feel in the prices they're paying, but then there's this medium and longer-term horizon where the United States could get left behind by a bunch of countries saying, hey, we need to make deals without these people because they just simply can't be trusted.
Right. Now, you have argued, and I think it's not a bad argument, that, look, there might be things about the entire world order, the world trading order, and military alliances that could be redone or that could be updated. But the danger here is that if you're America, you've been central to world trade, you've been central to world military alliances, you've been central to NATO, you've been central to the United Nations, and all of these things. You could be less central in the next discussion. It's not that America will get completely left behind, but for those people who want it to be America only as opposed to America first, you might actually get stuck with some version of America only.
Yeah, what's ironic, Ali, is that the parts that I'm sympathetic to in terms of America needs to stop doing so many things overseas are we should not be fighting dumb wars, which have cost trillions of dollars and thousands of lives. Well, Donald Trump is doing that. So he's not even delivering on his promise to kind of wind down these forever wars in the Middle East. At the same time, you do need a world order that is fit for purpose for the 21st century. The problem is the United States is going to be absent from the construction of that world order. You've got China trying to set up its own institutions and trading relationships. You've got Mark Carney, the Prime Minister of Canada, giving speeches about the kind of world order a lot of countries want to be part of, where you're trying to regulate new technologies like artificial intelligence. You're trying to transition to electric vehicles and deal with clean energy. Well, Trump has set us back in all those areas. He's de-invested in things like basic research and innovation, where other countries are racing ahead. And so part of what is happening, and I think it's hard for Americans to really grasp the full breadth of this, is the rest of the world is kind of moving on. And I think there's something that I know you followed, Ali, which is at the end of the day, what could be put at risk too is the dollar as a reserve currency of the world. The fact that transactions have to flow through the dollar. That is what makes it possible for the United States to sustain the trillions of dollars in debt that Donald Trump is also adding to. The more the United States is not the central geopolitical player, the more that arrangement starts to get a little wobbly. And then it becomes even harder for the United States to sustain our deficits and for us to sustain, frankly, our standard of living in this country.
So it becomes interesting because when you look at China, and there's speculation about will China ever move on Taiwan. I kind of wonder, China's winning this battle without doing anything. Right, because they are getting other countries, including places like South Korea or these countries in Central Asia, who sort of, I think, would prefer to have these trade relationships with America, have ongoing relationships with America, but they see America as a sort of an unstable, wobbly operation. China's not. Whether you like China or not, it's not an unstable, wobbly operation. China may not need to make any moves on Taiwan to actually win this battle in the end, to be able to sell more of their stuff to the rest of the world.
No, their strategy is to sit back and let Donald Trump set things on fire. And I think you put it well. A lot of countries around the world don't like the terms of deals with China, but they know what the terms are. With Trump, you don't know that you're going to have a deal one day and 50% tariffs the next. And we're getting nothing for this. You pointed this out. He talks about Kim Jong-un, for instance. We have not heard from Kim Jong-un. Right. There's no sense that Donald Trump's love for Kim Jong-un is reciprocated in any way. We've got nothing. He's still doing missile tests. He's still building nuclear weapons. He's sending troops to fight with the Russians in Ukraine. He's dependent on China, not the United States, for survival. So Trump is kind of chasing Kim Jong-un for absolutely nothing in return. And I think that's, again, what is so perplexing about this, although nothing about Trump should surprise us. He's causing all this damage, and he's not even extracting any benefits from the terrorists, from the war, from the courtship of Kim Jong-un. And if you're Xi Jinping in China, the leader of China, You just have to sit back and let the rest of the world come to you, and that's what's starting to happen.
Well, you've got about 75 days to prove what the benefits of all this nonsense are. I suspect it's going to be a heavier lift than he thinks. Good to see you, my friend, as always. Thank you, Ben Rhodes. We appreciate your time tonight. Coming up, Senator Chris Van Hollen on the geopolitical savvy of his newest Senate colleagues. And we got much more next.
What does ramen have to do with establishing credit? Make everyday purchases.
Hi.
Noodles. On a credit card and pay it off in full every month to up your score. Establish credit with the Chase Freedom Rise credit card. Learn more at chase.com/rise.
I'm Patty, your personal AI partner. You can do whatever you want with me.
Be right back. I'm going to grab some coffee.
All right, 1 week to go, well, 1 week as of Tuesday, until the South Carolina Republican state primary runoff. The race is heating up. It's getting a little awkward. In a debate last night between the Congressman Ralph Norman of South Carolina and Senator Darlene Graham, who's running to keep the seat to which she was appointed after the death of her brother, Lindsey Graham, the candidates were asked about foreign policy, specifically U.S. interests in Taiwan. What she said was something else.
Senator, are Taiwan and the South China Sea national security issues for the United States? If so, why?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Are Taiwan and the South China Sea national security issues for the United States, and if so, why or how?
I'm just going to be honest here. I'm not on national security. I'm not that informed on national security. So
Why are you sitting in the seat you're sitting?
Well, I do
You got no
support the
business
military.
being there.
My brother was in the Air Force for 33 years, so I will do everything I can to support the military. My dad was in the Army. I'm not a polished politician up here.
You shouldn't be sitting in the seat you're sitting in.
Not my area of expertise, but I do support the military.
Earlier today, the Newsmax host, Greta Van Susteren, who asked the question and who moderated the debate, offered this explanation for Graham's fumble.
I wish I hadn't asked that question. I don't know that it was fair to ask when our own government
Yes,
going
it
back
is.
47 years
That
can't
was a
figure
good
it out. So how
question.
could I expect Senator Darlene Graham or Congressman Norman to answer it and answer in 1 minute?
Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen sits on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. He joins me now. Senator, I worked with Greta. I like Greta. I think she's wrong in saying that she shouldn't have asked the question. It's not actually a complicated question. You don't have to have your degree of expertise or Lindsey Graham's degree of expertise on China and Taiwan to understand that that's actually a major foreign policy issue for the United States.
Yeah, Ali, I think it was a perfectly fair question for both of the candidates. I'm going to leave it to the voters, the Republican voters in South Carolina, to decide what to make of it. I can say that the Democrats have a terrific Senate candidate, Dr. Annie Andrews. She's a pediatrician. She's been horrified at RFK's attack on the public health. So we'll let the voters decide this. I will say on the national security front, I was especially, though, worried about Darlene Graham's answer to the question on Iran, which everybody does know about right now, where she doubled down on the president's position, said she trusted the president, even though we all know it's been a disaster for the country. But of course, that doesn't distinguish her from her competitor in the South Carolina Republican primary or any other Republican. They're all in with Donald Trump on this failed, disastrous war in Iran.
Or her late brother. Donald Trump, by the way, tonight did double down on the Iran situation. Obviously, the memorandum of understanding was supposed to have concluded on Monday, and in theory, we were supposed to be in a peace arrangement with Iran. That hasn't happened. Donald Trump is now declaring a so-called economic D-Day against Iran, writing tonight on social media, quote, "I'm announcing the most crushing economic operation ever taken against any country." He added that there will be, quote, "economic warfare and threaten tremendous economic consequences against any country that helps Iran." Here's the thing, Senator. In a normal world, when the President of the United States would post something of that nature, our newsrooms would be all aflutter and we'd be trying to figure it out and parse it and get comments from people. But it just sounds like more Trump bluster now. It doesn't seem to mean anything.
Well, that's true, Ali. And, you know, someone should inform President Trump that Iran is already the most sanctioned country in the world by far by the United States. And we do have what are called secondary sanctions on Iran, where we already sanctioned countries that do business with Iran. So this is just an example of how Donald Trump's strategy has been completely bankrupt from the start. And this war continues to cost Americans, both in terms of lives lost and higher prices. And this is from the president who said he would keep us out of wars. It's also, of course, extracted huge costs on civilians and others in the region.
He started that post, by the way, by saying, no one has given the Islamic Republic of Iran a greater opportunity to make a deal than me. Correct me if I'm wrong, Senator. Someone gave them a better opportunity than he did back in 2015, and they took the opportunity, and they signed the deal. And the deal worked until 2018, until this president ripped it up.
With Wawa's rewards program, you can earn points every day. When you gotta get rewarded, you gotta Wawa.
I've been okay. If I don't get sick, that's a cough medicine okay.
It's been a year since launch, and there's one thing we've wanted to upgrade almost from day one. The rail yard is where you spend most of your time, where 90% of your empire gets built. It deserved to look the part.
That's exactly what happened, and it's important to remember that the Trump administration had confirmed that Iran was in compliance with the terms of that agreement, which prevented Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. It cut off all its pathways and had an incredibly rigorous inspection regime. And the Trump administration said that Iran was in compliance, and then they ripped it up. So, not surprisingly, Iran felt it was no longer bound by its requirements. So, yes, this is all of Donald Trump's own doing. And of course, then he has, Steve Witkoff and his, son-in-law Jared Kushner running around the Middle East, who just cannot find a way to negotiate. I mean, these guys just do not know what they're doing, other than cutting financial deals.
They can negotiate deals for themselves. They just can't negotiate deals.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, Jared Kushner has billions of dollars worth of deals with the Saudis, and of course the Witkoff family has deals with the UAE. So they're all self-dealing, but they're leaving the American people out.
Yes, the Americans would like a deal themselves on this. Let me ask you about this. Lots of countries have nuclear weapons. No country has used a nuclear weapon in a war situation except the United States. Generally speaking, people use them as deterrents. I don't know what the real reasoning with Iran wanting a nuclear weapon is for, but we gave them with the Strait of Hormuz something that might be more powerful. They now have more leverage than North Korea that actually has a nuclear weapon.
Well, that's right. I mean, this is a huge point of economic leverage, and we're feeling it right here in the United States. I mean, we're feeling it at the gas pumps. Diesel prices are up, and of course that feeds upward pressure on prices across the board. So yes, Iran has been able to use its geography in this case, right there on the Strait of Hormuz, to its benefit. And of course now the Houthis are working on the pathway, the seaway to the Red Sea. So this has been a complete disaster. I will also say, Ali, and I pointed this out to Secretary Hegseth, I mean, Donald Trump and Hegseth told the country last year that after the so-called 12-day war, that they had completely obliterated Iran's ability to create nuclear weapons. And then DNI, Tulsi Gabbard, the former DNI, testified before the Senate that there was no assessment that Iran wanted to develop a nuclear weapon. So, the president keeps coming back to this, even though he's the one who ripped up the agreement, but also despite their own claims just last year.
Senator, what do you make of this pulling back of the exercises that we were undertaking? These are regular exercises we undertake with the South Korean military and several other countries to sort of demonstrate preparedness and sort of underscore our allyship with South Korea. It's not just that we pulled back, citing maybe there's too much money involved or whatever the case is. Donald Trump actually cited his relationship with Kim Jong-un and the fact that he's got a great relationship and he doesn't want to antagonize him as a reason for this. And Ben Rhodes pointed out in the last block, Kim Jong-un didn't reciprocate. It's not like he said, hey, good on you guys, we're tight.
Right. This is another example of, Donald Trump giving things away and getting nothing in return for our country. And he continues to cozy up to dictators like Kim Jong-un and, of course, Putin. And as you discussed, you right now have the North Koreans supplying the Russians with weapons to go after Ukraine. And so this is another example where Donald Trump is undermining American credibility, undermining anybody's confidence in our partnerships. And of course, he also said it was because the South Koreans wouldn't join us in the illegal war that he and Prime Minister Netanyahu started in Iran. So the purpose of these exercises, as you know, Ali, is not just for the South Koreans' security. It's part of our alliance with them. North Korea has nuclear weapons. These exercises are designed to deter North Korea from coming into South Korea. And we're essentially, rolling over for Kim Jong-un. That's what President Trump's doing.
Yet another inexplicable thing that we are doing. Senator, good to see you as always. Thank you for joining us tonight. We appreciate your time. Senator Chris Van Hollen of Maryland.
Great to be with
Still ahead, the Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison on the legal battle to extradite an ICE agent who shot someone in his state. That's next.
No, we won't make the playoffs. We need to improve our team. Looks like we're going to have to find a new quarterback. Let's look on the transfer market. Select.
It has been 6 months since the official end of Operation Metro Surge, the ICE raids in Minnesota, in which agents shot at least 3 people. Now, you know the names of 2 of them, Renee Good and Alex Preddy, both shot to death by federal officers. But ICE shot another Minneapolis man who survived. And Minneapolis officials are now suing a red state in an effort to bring the agent who shot him to justice. Julio Sosa Solis was on his front lawn back in January when he saw his roommate running toward him with an ICE agent in pursuit. After a struggle, Sosa Solis pulled his roommate into their apartment and shut the door. That ICE agent, Christian Castro, shot Sosa Solis in the leg through the closed front door, and the bullet reportedly lodged in the wall near a children's playpen. ICE initially claimed that Sosa Solis and his roommate were, quote, violent, criminal, illegal aliens who violently beat a law enforcement officer with weapons, end quote. They said Castro, their agent, was ambushed and fired, quote, a defensive shot to save his life. But when the DOJ reviewed street cam video of the shooting, they saw no ambush. They saw no weapons. Castro fires at a man through a door after those men have fled. Castro was put on leave, and he went home to Texas. In May, Minnesota authorities charged Castro with 4 counts of assault and 1 count of falsely reporting a crime. Arrested 2 weeks later with the help of the Texas Rangers. But here's the thing. He can't be extradited to Minnesota without a sign-off from the Texas governor, Republican Greg Abbott. And he's refused. Under Texas law, if Castro is not extradited within 90 days of his arrest, which is next Wednesday, he couldn't be released from custody. And so this week, the state of Minnesota filed suit in federal court to force Abbott to hand Castro over, saying, quote, Abbott has disregarded the requirements of the Constitution, federal law, and his own state's procedural rules, end quote. The question now is whether the courts will agree. Keith Ellison is the Attorney General of Minnesota. He's overseeing the state's lawsuit against Texas, and he joins me now. Attorney General Ellison, good to see you. Thank you for being with us tonight.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
You have suggested in your lawsuit that Christian Castro, the agent, might be a flight risk if he is released next Wednesday or thereafter. In the filing, it says, quote, Castro is fluent in Spanish. He's been in frequent communication with a woman in Mexico, including about marrying her and buying a house in Mexico when he's released. It's quite a story. an ICE agent potentially crossing the border into Mexico to avoid prosecution in the United States.
It is a remarkable story, and it's one of those stories where you wouldn't believe it unless you had the facts to show it. But it is incredible. You know, the federal government did charge Social Solis with a crime they dismissed it. They were prejudiced, which means they cannot bring it back. And yet, as we have tried to hold Cristian Castro accountable for breaking Minnesota law, we have encountered yet another barrier with Texas authorities. Mr. Castro is in Cameron County Jail in Texas. He's being held there, but we have been forced to file a lawsuit against the governor to do what really is a very routine thing. Your listeners should know that for a governor to sign an extradition warrant is like getting up on Tuesday. It's very common. It's a thing that happens all the time, and yet this governor has refused and will not comply. So today there was a scheduling hearing, and next week on the 25th of August, the day before, a few days before Castro could be released, we will have our extradition hearing, and we will have our hearing on the merits of our case, where we hope to have a temporary restraining order issued where the judge would order the governor to sign the warrant so that Castro can be returned to Minnesota to face justice.
Yeah, in most cases, these extradition orders are signed within hours. Literally, the police leave one place, and by the time they get there, it's signed, and they can take someone else. You in your lawsuit, you say that Greg Abbott has basically ignored your calls and letters. Here's what he said to reporters. I thought this was interesting because this is a lawsuit. I just want to remind everybody, Minnesota has been more successful, particularly while you've been Attorney General, at prosecuting matters having to do with law enforcement than other states have. But this is a lawsuit. This is not a matter of opinion. Here's what Greg Abbott said to reporters.
The credit score is to up your ride.
Man, telemarketer. What the hell up? Come on.
Well, listen, while they're making demands, I've got a demand of my own. And that is, it's time for Minnesota to step up and repay the United States of America and Americans for all the fraud that they've committed in their state.
Oh, shut the hell up.
And I will not respond to them at all until they step up and
You're a piece of fucking shit.
Acknowledge their fault and the fraud that took place.
There's no mechanism for that. Like, that's not a thing, right? Like, he's saying that there's this fraud investigation in Minnesota, which we know about. There's no mechanism for him to say, well, if you acknowledge your fault there, then maybe we'll do something here. That's kind of not how the law works. It's not a quid pro quo.
He has no discretion under the law. And by the way, he has signed, and extradition warrants have been signed between Minnesota and Texas since Castro has been arrested and has been in custody. It's not as if he won't work with Minnesota. He's been working with Minnesota. It's very clear to me, based on that response, that what we're dealing with is a political stunt.
Yeah.
But that's not the rule of law. That's not what we call law and order. The law and the order is that the Constitution says, the governor, you've got to sign that extradition warrant and send it back, or the demanding state will file a lawsuit to compel you to do it, which is exactly what happened. But it's very clear that in his mind, this is some sort of a political statement that he's making for whatever purpose, I'm not sure. But it's clear that he's not dealing with the law. He has no legal basis not to sign it, and he must do it. And, he ought to look in his own house before he starts throwing stones at the glass house he's living in, because Texas and many other states have their own problems protecting federal program, which he knows very well is true.
Yep.
But, that we're not dealing in the realm of facts and accuracy. We're dealing in political stunt, and we're dealing in political messaging, which apparently is what is on his mind.
People will remember immediately within hours of the deaths of Renee Good and Alex Preddy that very senior government officials made some remarkably unusual statements about what those two were doing. They may not remember this one as clearly. On the day that Julio Solis was shot in January. Then the Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche, reacted this way. He put out a tweet in which he said, Minnesota insurrection is a direct result of a failed governor and a terrible mayor encouraging violence against law enforcement. It's disgusting. Walz and Fry, I'm focusing on stopping you from your terrorism by whatever means necessary. This is not a threat. It's a promise. That bears no relationship to what actually happened that day.
Absolutely none. Ali, you laid the facts out pretty well. I mean, the fact is that they were the social police and a companion were chased into their home. The agent shot through a door. Many children live in that home, by the way. The bullet was lodged into a place where it could have hit anyone, putting everyone in that house in danger. And the federal government itself, after seeing the CCTV, had to dismiss the case that they filed and with prejudice. So they know very well that that Castro lied to them, the FBI, everywhere, and now we're still having to fight our way through filing lawsuits to do what is a routine thing. It has been appalling, the level of just obstruction that we have experienced from the federal government. It does sadden me that a fellow state official like the governor wouldn't just sign the warrant and send the guy back here, where he will get a fair trial. He will get every constitutional right. He will be allowed to assert any defense, but he cannot avoid facing these charges, and he will.
Attorney General, good to talk to you again. Thank you for joining us tonight. We appreciate it. The Minnesota Attorney General, Keith Ellison. All right, still to come, a whistleblower is sounding the alarm on the real story behind Donald Trump's attack on American universities. That's next. Nearly as soon as Donald Trump re-entered the Oval Office last year, he set about waging war on higher education. 60 universities were targeted with investigations accused of allowing anti-Semitism on campus. Now, among them were some of the nation's most elite schools. The pressure led two Ivy League universities to reach settlements. Columbia University agreed to pay $200 million, and Brown University agreed to hand over $50 million. And then there was Harvard, the richest of the institutions targeted, and chose to keep fighting the Trump administration, and it won. Just last week, a judge dismissed the Department of Education and Department of Justice lawsuit against Harvard, and tonight we have new reporting from MS Now Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian about a whistleblower who says it was basically all a shakedown. The whistleblower says the administration's anti-Semitism investigations, quote, blew past the evidence and cast aside standard investigative procedures. Congressional Democrats are looking into the matter, with House Judiciary Committee ranking member Jamie Raskin accusing the Justice Department of, quote, overseeing a large-scale fraud perpetrated against the American people and our universities, end quote. Ken Delanian joins me now. Ken, good evening to you. Thank you for this reporting. Tell me who this whistleblower is and what it is they claim to know.
Good evening, Ali. Well, she was a veteran civil rights lawyer at the Justice Department that spent 10 years doing civil rights cases there, and she was detailed to the Department of Health and Human Services right at the time they were conducting this investigation into the question of whether these Ivy League schools violated the civil rights law by tolerating anti-Semitism on their campuses. And what she tells us in this complaint is absolutely extraordinary. First of all, she says that this investigation was opened based on a single article in the New York Post that recounted some anti-Israel demonstrations at medical school graduations at these universities. And she says that right from the start, it was clear to her and some of her colleagues that this thing was cooked. That essentially, Trump administration officials had decided that they wanted big settlements from these universities, and they were going to pursue those, facts and evidence be damned. And what she says is that there were instances where the lawyers, the professionals, did not think that what was happening met the standard for a civil rights violation. They're not saying there wasn't anti-Semitism, there were bad things that happened, but what they're saying is there wasn't evidence to show that these universities actually broke the law, but their superiors were not having that and just said, we're moving forward anyway. And in the case of Brown, she quotes a senior HHS official in this complaint, basically saying, yes, I understand that we haven't got the goods here. Essentially, Brown didn't break the law, but my bosses are not going to tolerate that. And so they pressed for a settlement anyway. And as you said, Harvard fought and Harvard won. But if I'm Columbia and Brown right now, I'm wondering, why did I settle with the federal government and
how did this possibly happen that they had to give up all this money for something that an insider now is coming forward and saying is a sham?
Right, so this is important because there's $200 million from Columbia, $50 million from Brown, a judge dismissing this lawsuit. Does that have any impact on the settlements that Brown and Columbia made? Because those weren't judgments, they were settlements.
It's not clear. Brown admitted no wrongdoing, and their deal was a little bit different. They spent $50 million on Rhode Island and workforce development, so it wasn't an explicit settlement. But Columbia's was more in that direction, and it's not clear to me whether they have the right or the ability or the intention to open it back up. And I'm sure there are people thinking about that because they have all this evidence now. I mean, this complaint was very, very detailed, and it includes, recounting of meetings and specific allegations. For example, this complaint alleges that part of this investigation essentially was profiling Muslim professors at these universities based on their ethnicity and their religious orientation, to interview them to essentially see if they would be anti-Semitic, sort of finding the man before you found the crime. That, they said, violated their First Amendment rights, violated the Constitution, but that's the kind of thing that happened in this investigation, according to this whistleblower.
Okay, so this complaint was sent to several members of Congress. I know Jamie Raskin has taken a position on this. What's Congress doing? What's Raskin saying about this?
Well, so obviously, the Democrats don't have any power right now. So Raskin is demanding a lot of information and accountability from the Department of Justice. He's not likely to get any answers unless and until the Democrats retake the House, and then he'll have subpoena power, and he can do that. The larger context here, Raskin wrote a letter to Harvey Dillon, who's the head of the Civil Rights Division at the Justice Department. It's not clear from the whistleblower complaint that she was directly involved in this investigation, but what we do know is that she has essentially remade the Civil Rights Division. Hundreds of lawyers have either left or been driven out there, and she is doing sort of the opposite of what the Civil Rights Division traditionally has done, the kind of cases she's bringing, and Raskin wants accountability there. The Democrats want to find out exactly what she's doing, how these kinds of decisions are being made, because they want to show the public that this is, in their view, not how things are supposed to work.
Obviously, Harvard, the distinction here is that Harvard is in a different space in terms of its endowment. It has more money than any of these universities have. It was in a better financial position to be able to say we'll hold out and fight. But notwithstanding that, there is something to this that says sometimes the fight works. If this government is doing something that's unjust, sometimes standing up to them can work.
Yeah, that's right. And there were some prominent Republican lawyers that Harvard retained to pursue this fight. And there's a larger context here, Ali. The Trump administration, as you said at the top, has waged war against these institutions of higher education, not just in this specific sphere. They've gone after all kinds of grants, and that's the issue. When I've talked to some of the people who represented some of these universities, they say we may win one discrete issue, but then they're going to come after us on something else. And it's just, the federal government has limitless resources. That's the position they're in right now, and it's really difficult. And in a context where they've cut science grants and research grants at universities across the country out.
Ken, thank you for your excellent reporting on this. Nice to see you again, my friend Ken Delanian. All right, stay tuned. In just a few minutes, Jen Psaki is going to speak with the Florida Congressman, Maxwell Frost. We'll be right back.
Other AI, filters, limits, ghosting, no freedom. Guess those limits just got kicked out. With Cycle AI, you get no filters, always reply, nobody peeps, and more fun. Make the switch. Cycle AI wins. At Cycle AI.
Really enjoyed that, and I'm really looking forward to it.
It is so fun. I think the thing that people don't realize about it, unless you've been there, is that it is just a big community celebration, gathering. I don't even know if it's a celebration. It's a big community hub. That's a good way of describing it. So we're all there, but people are meeting people they didn't know before. There was a proposal last year. I don't know what could happen this year. We'll see.
No, it's gonna be, we're here. I'm excited, and I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to your show tonight.
Yeah, thank you. I'm looking forward to your other show tonight. Allie.
You have a good one. I'll see you later.
Hardest working man in business. All right. Thanks, Allie. Okay. There are a lot of times in the Trump era that we have to remind ourselves, and I think this is so important to step back and kind of do this, that what's happening is not in any way normal. I mean, for example, it is definitely not normal for the First Lady of the United States to have to come out and remind us all that she exists.
Good afternoon. I heard you missed me. Here I am.
Here I am. I've watched that 20 times today. Yes, that was Melania Trump today, making her first public appearance in over a month. It's one of only a handful of rare sightings. And according to the Daily Beast, who actually tallied this up, thank you, Daily Beast, the First Lady has only been seen in public 38 days this year. It is the end of August, everyone. That is not normal. And of course, it's also not normal for the president to be accompanied so frequently by an aide like this woman, who you can see on your screen, Natalie Harp. We all know who she is now. And I don't mean it's not normal for the president to have aides who travel with him everywhere, including female aides, where, believe me, I've been one of those several times. Plenty of presidents have those. But it is not normal for a person working in the White House to write intimate, devotional, personal letters for the president, to the president, never mind leave them in his personal spaces. But that is what Natalie Harp does. It's not normal for a person without a security clearance who refused to fill out the forms for some reason to have close, regular access to the president. But MS Now reports that Natalie Harp did just that for an entire year. It's not normal for that same person to be the point of contact for foreign leaders hoping to speak to the president. But according to the New York Times' Maggie Haberman, Natalie Harp is that person too. It's not normal for a staffer to ride inside the trunk of a car just to be close to the president, as CNN reports that Natalie Harp did to be close to Trump back in 2023. It's also not normal for the president to have an aide so devoted that she sprints alongside his golf cart when he's out on the links. But the New York Times reports that Natalie Harp did exactly that. Not normal for the president to basically have an adult babysitter of sorts, to have a human security blanket who accompanies him everywhere he goes. But that is the role that Natalie Harp plays for Donald Trump. And apparently, he is not even the only one in the Trump administration with a babysitter. Because the New York Times...
Hey, Kate Club, how you doing?
Very
Thanks for joining the stream.
Very hands-on role that Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's wife plays in the department he oversees. As the Times points out, quote, there has never been a Pentagon spouse quite like Jennifer Hegseth. And, quote, her involvement in the Defense Department is so unusual that it has led to questions about Mr. Hegseth's leadership. Jennifer Hegseth has been playing the role of babysitter for her husband since, well, almost immediately after he was nominated. I mean, she was constantly at his side. Remember this? When he was interviewing with senators ahead of his confirmation hearings? In fact, the Times said that she startled Republican senators when she showed up at what are usually typically private meetings. And while Hegseth later acknowledged it was unusual, he insisted it just felt right.
It was unusual. I remember the first meeting we went to that she came with. I was like, and then it felt so right and so natural, not because of anything else, just because we've always been ride or die. It's always been, we're doing this together. And so when we did that first, I was like, oh, this is the way it's going to be the whole time. It's got to be. And so we made it happen so that she could be with me.
It's got to be. It certainly does not have to be. But that turns out that was just the beginning. Last year, the Wall Street Journal reported that Pete Hegseth brought his wife to sensitive meetings with foreign military officials that included one occasion where she accompanied her husband to a high-stakes meeting with top British defense officials, a meeting that came just one day after the Trump administration cut off military intelligence sharing with Ukraine. And now the New York Times is shedding new light on that incident and revealing just how problematic Jennifer Hegseth's presence was at that critical moment. Here's what it says, quote, British officials indicated that they had officers on the ground in Ukraine and that without the U.S. intelligence, including early warnings of incoming missiles from Russia, the officers' lives were at risk. But those same British officials felt they could only speak in general terms about the situation because, quote, the presence of Mrs. Hegseth made them uneasy. Now, Pentagon spokesperson said that Mrs. Hegseth was only in the meeting for introductions, left soon after, and has not been present for any Defense Department conversation or meeting where classified information was discussed. But we do know that Mrs. Hegseth has been privy to at least some sensitive intelligence. I mean, last year the New York Times reported that Hegseth actually included his wife on one of his infamous Signal group chats where he shared detailed information about military strikes in
I'm
Yemen.
glad you're doing good.
And Jennifer Hegseth's role at the Pentagon appears also to go beyond just being privy to sensitive discussions, which is in no way okay, but it's way beyond that. I mean, the Times reports that Mrs. Hegseth has also encouraged her husband's adversarial relationship with the news media and was eager to revoke.
Have you heard the parody songs I wrote and recorded? I didn't sing them, but I just wrote them. Oh man, I'm not making it, that's why. Okay. Okay. Got it fixed now.
Reporters who she felt had written negative stories about her husband. That's according to one current and one former administration official. She's also become something of a cheerleader for his aggressive, chest-thumping style of leadership of the department. And she even appeared alongside her husband for a workout with sailors and Marines after the Trump administration launched its war with Iran. You can see the two of them there wearing matching shirts that say, "This is war." Not in any way understanding the irony of that, given they were saying it was not a war. But that aside, I guess Lululemon was all out of shirts that say, I don't know, this is just a little excursion, I suppose. And here's the thing. Despite her constant presence at Pete Hegseth's side while he's on the job, the Pentagon won't even say whether or not she has a security clearance. Even Hegseth's own former Pentagon spokesperson finds the whole thing outrageous. As he told the New York Times, quote, "It's bonkers that a defense secretary would involve his wife in his sensitive official duties, including sharing details of an impending military operation and face zero consequences." But in Donald Trump's White House and administration, bonkers is kind of the new normal. Whether it's Pete Hegseth's wife or Natalie Harp, there are serious security concerns raised by the unusual roles that these people have assumed. And what can you do? Apparently some adult men need their babysitters, there's that. And in this case, those men just happen to be the Commander-in-Chief and his Secretary of Defense. Joining me now are two people I worked very closely with during my time at the White House. Chris Mara served as the Assistant to the Secretary of Defense for Public Affairs, and also spent a stint working in the press office in the White House as well. And Ned Price is the former spokesperson for both the State Department and the National Security Council. Okay, I have been dying to talk to both of you about this because sometimes I'm thinking about these things and I'm thinking, this is insane, but then I need to put my brain together with people who have been in some of these same meetings and situations as I have been. So, Chris, let me just start by asking you just about, the situation with the meeting with the Brits is completely, to use a word in the story, bonkers to me. You worked for Secretary Austin for quite some time. Can you envision a scenario where his wife was in a meeting with foreign officials where they may have been discussing information that they would have been uncomfortable that she would have heard?
No. First of all, these meetings are always highly classified. So anybody without a security clearance is not going to be in those meetings. We don't know because they won't tell us whether Mrs. Hegseth has a security clearance or not. But either way, to your point, it made the Brits uncomfortable. So that just made it a waste of time for everybody. These seats in these bilateral engagements are prime real estate. It's the secretary. It's the deputy press secretary. It's the head of the policy arm of the Pentagon. It's the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. The highest levels of the Pentagon are attending this meeting. The people who are there, they need to be there and able to do their job. So the fact that she was there meant that somebody, a policy person, a subject matter expert, somebody who could help Pete Hegseth do his job better, didn't have access to information at that meeting that they should have.
This is such a good point, and I had not thought of it until you raised it. See, this is why I have talked to you guys. These meetings, there's not that many people in them, to your point. So it could have been the senior director for Europe or an expert on Ukraine or somebody who was there for substantive reasons didn't get a seat in the meeting because she was in the meeting, which is not how it's supposed to work. All right, Ned, you've sat in probably more of these meetings than Chris and I have. We've both sat in a lot of them. And the thing is, which we all know, but for everybody out there, you probably know this too, but we have a very close intelligence sharing relationship with the UK. The closest, if not one of the closest. And the Times reporting saying that they were even uncomfortable with her presence there. What does that tell you about this whole situation? What do you think about it all?
Jen, look, we spend billions upon billions of dollars each year in our intelligence gathering apparatus, but I will tell you the most valuable component of our intelligence community is actually free, or at least close to free. And that's the information we receive from our foreign partners, from the Brits, from the Australians, from some of our other European partners, from some of our partners in the Indo-Pacific. And you know why they provide us that information, Jen? Because of one thing. That's trust. They trust us to protect their information. Trust is really the coin of the realm when it comes to these intelligence sharing relationships. It is very, very hard won, and it is very easily lost. And this is the kind of thing, especially when it's iterative, when it happens over and over again in this administration, that will quickly diminish that trust. The Brits probably walked out of that meeting scratching their heads. Our NATO counterparts walked out of their meeting that included Jennifer Hegseth, I'm certain, scratching their heads. They read the same press that we all see every single day. They see that people without security clearances are included in signal chat chains. They see that the closest personal aide to the President of the United States, the person who sees absolutely everything that crosses his desk, or at least is positioned to see that, doesn't have a security clearance. And somehow, not only does not have a security clearance, just declined to pursue one. So Jim, that's my concern, that all of these episodes will add up to an erosion of that trust, and will have real national security costs for all of us.
Let me ask you about the security clearance piece. And you're talking about Natalie Harp. We don't know what Jennifer Hegseth's security clearance situation is. We've all filled out these SF-86s. They're kind of a pain in the butt. You have to fill out any contacts you've had, any travel you've had with foreign officials. There's only a couple of categories, though, that really, I think, would concern anyone, right? Drug use, if that's something, lying about your background. What do you make of her refusing to fill this out, Natalie Harp, that is, for what seems to be almost a year?
It's very weird. When I first heard that, I assumed that nobody had asked her to go through this process or something of the like. But the fact that she's refusing to do it, that would be grounds for removal from the White House. You wouldn't be able to show up at the White House to go to work if you were refusing to answer these questions. It would certainly raise eyebrows at a bare minimum. So it's like baffling to me. I don't really understand how she got away with it for so long, and
this is why blocking spam calls never stops. What do you mean? Is that just some random caller? No. You want like somebody with an unknown person.
Really understand how she got away with it for so long, and Lord only knows what we're going to find out when she actually does fill it out.
It is, I mean, I think we made you fill it out before you even started work.
Yeah.
And that, I think, was, I remember what the policy was that I experienced as well.
Which makes sense.
Now, what about you? You're very familiar with what goes into a background check. What's been your reaction to her refusal to fill this out? Where does your head go on what that's all about?
Jen, my head goes where you started, and it is to remind myself and everyone I talk to that this is not normal. Let me tell you what normal looked like during the administrations in which the three of us, or Jen, you and I in the Obama and Biden administrations, and Chris and I in the Biden administration. When I first went over to the Obama White House, I came from the CIA. I was a CIA officer detailed over to the Obama White House. The Obama White House didn't just take for granted that this guy who showed up on Monday from the CIA had a security clearance. Of course I did. They knew I did. They assumed I did. But they still went through the process of checking that I had a clearance, that they had the appropriate clearance, and that it was still active. Let me put this in perspective too. In my last job in government during the Biden State Department, every single morning I would receive the President's Daily Brief, a version of it. And Natalie Harf, she would, without a security clearance, she had access to more compartments, that is to say, to more categories of classified information than I did as a PDD recipient in that last job in the White House. And that's because even though I had a top secret clearance, I wasn't cleared into everything that the president was cleared into. When you're sitting 12 feet away from the president, when your desk is the pass-through vehicle for every piece of paper that goes to the president's desk, whether it's from the Domestic Policy Council or the Council of Economic Advisors, or more importantly in this case, the National Security Council, whether it's from departments and agencies like the Department of Defense or the Central Intelligence Agency, you are going to be in a position to see things that I could not have seen, that the senior most officials in the U.S. government in national security positions could not have seen. And Jen, it's a huge problem when you have someone who has repeatedly opted not, for whatever reason, to pursue a security clearance, at least in a position to witness that.
I suspect there's going to be more reporting on this because there are, again, it doesn't take that long. I understand she's busy, but everybody has to do it. And to all of your points, we all had to do it even before we were really starting to work. Let me go back to Jennifer Hegseth, who we also don't know what her security clearance is. She has no security clearances at all. You spent a couple of years in the DoD. There are not many political appointees in the Department of Defense. You were one of not many. It's a department that is full of members of the military, full of civil servants. I just wonder what you think the reaction is of the building to a former Fox News producer who, it's unclear what her security clearance is pushing her way into the inner circle of the Secretary of Defense, regardless of his background.
One of my favorite parts of working at the Pentagon was working with the men and women who were serving in uniform. They were there not because Joe Biden was president, not because Donald Trump was president before him. They were there to serve their country. They had sworn to the Constitution, right? So for them to see a political appointee come in, for them to see his wife following him around the world because he's concerned, or they're concerned, that he's going to find himself getting into trouble, which is what the reporting said, that he might start drinking too much. They're concerned that a secretary had to commit to not drinking too much as Secretary of Defense during his confirmation hearings. But that shouldn't even be on the table. Nobody should have to worry about a Secretary of Defense with a drinking problem. We're talking about one of the most important positions in the world, making life and death decisions that impact thousands of people around the country every single day. And for him to have to rely on bringing his wife on trips to get the job done is just unacceptable. And it doesn't put any faith in the men and women who are serving. They just can't have faith in their leadership when that's the case.
And then you alluded to this earlier about trust and how people for Capitol can read our news as well. I mean, right now they're digesting the Secretary of Defense, the president, who have, I guess, versions of babysitters, as you said, people who seem to have security clearance. confusion over the war, an obsession with cement and flagpoles. But I just wonder on the Jennifer Hegseth piece specifically, where does this, I mean, they seem to have doubled down. The response from the Defense Department is doubling down on the role they want her to play moving forward. And I just wonder, as it relates to those relationships you alluded to and you talked about and you've experienced with, what impact does that have if 6 months from now she's in every meeting or even more than that?
Well, Jen, look, I hope, and as I understand it, at least Jennifer Hegseth's latest role is to serve as a
what's the deal here? right, be right back. Gonna grab some coffee. Alrighty. Okay, strawberries is full in 2 locations. Full there, full there. Look at this. All right. Store. Wow, okay. Didn't realize I had created so many strawberries. Alright, that's fine. Get them into storing. All right. Okay. Okay. That might be enough to start making some compost. I think so.
Senator Rick Scott says that we need to fix the problems that he, other Republicans, and Donald Trump created. Listen to this. This is wild.
This is not good. Our national debt is $1 trillion. $40 trillion. Here's what that means. The cost of it is going to go up. The $9 will go down. So if you're a hard-working American family, your paycheck's not going to go as far. This is going to stop. We need to balance the budget.
Oh, I agree. Why did Trump do it?
Voted for Donald Trump's one big terrible bill. Do you know what Trump and Republicans were adamant was in that bill? To raise the debt ceiling by $5 trillion because they knew it was going to significantly increase the deficit. What do you think happens when you cut revenues by giving billionaires and billion-dollar corporations huge tax cuts and then increase spending? It's going to drive up the debt. The Congressional Budget Office said this was going to happen. They said 5 trillion. It's going to be much more than that. It's already 4.2 trillion in less than 2 years. Republicans like Rick Scott have aided and abetted Donald Trump in his insane spending and his incompetent economic policy for 6 years now. 40 trillion in debt, and Donald Trump is responsible for 11 trillion, and Republicans have supported him every step of the way. And then Rick Scott says we need to stop inflation. What are the two things that are driving inflation right now? Donald Trump's illegal tariffs and Donald Trump's illegal war in Iran. And what have congressional Republicans done to stop him? Nothing. They could have stopped the tariffs at any time. They chose not to. They could have voted for a war powers resolution. They could have stopped the war at any time. They chose not to. People like Rick Scott are responsible for this economic crisis, and now he says we need to solve this problem. We need to stop inflation.
Problem that you guys created.
Then do your job and stand up to Donald Trump and his incompetent administration. It's insanity. If you want to support my work, give us a like, give us a follow.
Oh,
comment.
that's just like Greg Abbott's ad for Senate or for governor in Texas. You know, we'll fix the problems that Texas have. That Texas has. The Republicans have been in charge for Texas for like the last 20 years. So the problems there are because of Republicans. You can't make this shit up, man. Hello? Hello?
This is how fucking stupid that is. Scott Bessent, our Secretary of Treasury, just said that there's a whole bunch of new jobs available now because of the mass deportations. First, I thought that they were deporting criminals, so apparently these criminals are holding down good quality, high-paying jobs that Americans really want, and they're presenting crime societies. And this means that all of these American-owned companies have been employing criminals this whole time, criminals to work in our hospitals as home health aides, to build our homes. That's what these American-owned companies, these corporations have been doing. That sounds illegal to me. Are you doing anything at all to punish them? Or is it that none of these people were criminals and they had legal status to work in this country and they were actually paying taxes? That is so fucking stupid that they will believe this message even though it contradicts its own message. It's going to be harder to get somebody out here for your grandmother when she needs help in her home. It's going to be more expensive to build homes now that they are deporting people who are actually building homes in this country. And it's going to be harder to go out to eat and have good quality service while you're eating. Because the immigrants that they're deporting are not criminals. They're hardworking people with families that contribute to our economy and our society. You know, that is so fucking stupid.
along with our co-counsel, filed a lawsuit on behalf of 15 Quincy residents and taxpayers to uphold their constitutional rights and keep this government building religiously neutral. Today, the Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court affirmed our preliminary injunction, holding that the statues cannot go up on that building. The court today ruled that these two statues, standing tall and alone on the building's facade, would be likely to be perceived by the public as the government endorsing religion and have the primary effect of advancing religion. Now, the case does have to go back to the lower courts for further proceedings, but make no mistake, this is a big win for state church protections in Massachusetts.
Motherfucker, people still voting Republican. Like, how can you let the most overly corrupt administration in American history play it in our faces and be like, yes, I'd like some more of this, more of the same, please? It's like if I asked you, hey, what would you rather do? Shit your hands and clap, or not shit your hands and clap? What would you rather do? And people have the audacity to go, you know what? Sell me on not shitting my hands and clap. What would that look like? Tell me about not shitting my hands and clapping. I'd like to be convinced. Okay, well, you wouldn't have to shit your hands and clap in front of your face. You wouldn't get shit all over your face. Yeah, I don't know if because this guy, this pathological liar who's been a professional con man his whole life, he told me that shitting in your hands and clapping is actually not that bad. It's actually tough guy alpha males shitting their hands and clap. So I'm thinking about shitting in my hands and clapping. I think that would be good for me. I'm going to continue to shit my fucking hands and clap in front of my face. Jesus, you. Hey, look.
Post-game show is brought to you by Christ, I can't find it. The hell with it. That's all we got.
Huge setback for Trump and back in this week was only for Americans who are working on new extremist legislation to try to pass the White House. So they have all 50 states for writing their own immigration and safety laws. And so the frontier act being pushed by the former Republicans as well as some corporate Democrats. In an attempt to ban any state from creating rules around AI, profile laws around AI, already passed in states like California and Illinois. So much to put your state's rights on. It's not so much about growing up. Unfortunately for them, they know that more Republicans are finding out about this. And you can learn all about what needs to be done by please click on the link in my profile about Chris.
Do you guys remember this man who went to jail for 37 days after posting this meme in response to Charlie Kirk's assassination? Well, I have some updates on that case. But first, in case people are not familiar, this is Larry. Larry, in response to Charlie Kirk
assassination was this meme right here. This meme is literally just a quote from Donald Trump himself, sitting there, and it says, "We just have to get over it," right? Now, if you want the context behind when Donald Trump said that, it was in response to the Perry High School mass shooting. He said it specifically one day after the shooting. So what Larry was doing was meeting the Trump assassination with the same callousness that Donald Trump meets any tragedy with. He just used Donald Trump's words against him. As a result, the police department showed up to Larry's front door, knocked on it, put him in handcuffs, and threw him in jail for 37 days. During his time in jail, he missed his granddaughter's birth, he missed his wedding anniversary, and he was fired from his post-retirement job. And the update is that Larry has now won a settlement against this department. And it's over $800,000, and it should be way more. But this is a victory for free speech. I cannot believe that he was put in jail for quite literally quoting Donald Trump. It is wild that conservatives will run around saying that they don't want to be like Europe, where you can get apparently just thrown in jail for a week. That's what they say. Yet, in this situation, a man was quite literally thrown in jail for a week. It is conservatives who weaponize these political positions. It is conservatives who weaponize the DOJ. It is conservatives who weaponize police departments against anyone who does not agree with them. That is absolutely insane, and it just serves to show that every accusation will always be a confession. These hypocritical fucks. And it is appreciation that can be honored into
Dude, if I were in a situation where I could stop a child rapist, I would. That's the difference between me and your God.
Yeah.
If I could stop a person from raping a child,
Listen to this shit.
That's the difference between me and your God. He walks and says, "I'm shutting the door and you go ahead and rape that child. When you're done, I'm going to punish you."
Which is not the case with Christianity, because you can always be forgiven for raping a child. The only thing you can't be forgiven for in the Christian religion is denying the Holy Spirit. Look it up. It's in the Bible.
If I did that, people would think I was a freaking monster.
Yep.
Well, I was thinking it was a little boy.
Bye.
So children deserve to get raped.
Goodbye, you piece of...
If I were in a situation where I am conservative, would very much understand.
These people are walking around and they're voting for Republicans. Keep that in mind. Calling a little girl an evil... Oh my God. Yes. Yes.
House District 121 just flipped blue, and it was a House District at a state level where not a Republican Catholic state.
Christians want to claim that this God is all-knowing and omnipresent, that this God will say his word and these are things that he wants us to do, that his laws and his word is everlasting and unchanging, and this book needs to be tight. There should be no room for any type of, I interpret it this way, I interpret it another way. No, there shouldn't be any mistranslation. There should be no, this thing that says this actually means this, but this thing that says this is symbolic of this, this, and this. There should be no confusion. We're going to have symbolic stuff and literal stuff. There should be no confusion on what's symbolic and what is literal. Nothing should be changing because this God is unchanging. He's supposedly not the author of confusion, which does change. Is the author of confusion? Man, here's the thing. People take this book seriously. There are people on this planet who read this book and now fully believe that dinosaurs never existed. This book has convinced actual people that the evidence they see in front of their faces is fake, but the shit they can't see, that's what's real. So if they're going to claim that this book is real, or go as far as to attempt to make laws in the United States based off of the lies in this book, then yeah, I'm going to point out that some shit doesn't add up. Because anything that's supposedly coming from this perfect God should be perfect. It's not perfect because it didn't come from perfect God. God. It came from man. Man who is flawed. Man that changes. Man that has bias. Now,
And who's not just flawed, but sometimes can be very fucking evil.
that's what it is. If it was just, oh, these are just stories, and you know, this doesn't really make sense. There's a literal talking donkey, but you know, this is just mythology at the end of the day. Cool. It doesn't have to make sense because it's not real. But people are claiming that this shit is actually real. Somehow, with every other mythology African mythology, it's like we can understand that that's mythology at the end of the day, but for some reason, Christians seem to think that their mythology is real, and it's the only real. But regarding this is real, I'm going to point out the contradictions, and we're going to talk about the bullshit. Because your little fairy tales that you think are real are actually causing real harm to real people on this planet.
Nope.
Potentially very faithful. The Department of Justice is actively taking down files that implicate Trump. This was a screenshot I took of his search results over the weekend, and this is the screenshot I took of those search results today. They're actively removing these. Now, the Department of Justice has continued to violate the law when it comes to the Epstein Transparency Act, which is law right now. Not only were they late, they were over.
A law that Trump signed and made law.
Ashley, I mean, all this sort of fake outrage is really, it's not fake, I don't true. It is. I mean, it's not fake for the president. You'll fall into my mouth. So not that you don't have to put words in your side. I am. Hold on a second. Hold on, Ashley, please. We got this yesterday. We all expect to see Cat platform. Ashley, go ahead. Also, I never suggested that Republican people really get jobs if they're speaking with their principal. He never suggested anything to that degree. What he said was that they seem to be together quite often, which is a statement of fact. The real reality is the reason why you guys are taking yourself so personally is because you believe there's probably some level of truth to it, especially given the principle we're talking about here. But here's the thing that really upsets me most is the level of outreach from the White House about a staffer. Okay, there's always that staffer. I've worked in 2 White Houses. There's always a staffer really close to the principal. But you don't have that same level of outreach for sailors on a ship who've been out to sea for months on end and are jumping off trying to commit suicide. I mean, that's really where you lose people, and that's where you lose me with this fake outrage, Scott. I mean, that's what's despicable. Not pointing out that the staffer spends a lot of time with the principal.
So you said every White House has.
There's always.
Who was Joe Biden's female that hung around all the time?
Well, some would say Anita would spend a lot of time with him.
And are you insinuating they were there for a reason?
No, but I would
said it happens all the time.
No, I'm saying there's always a staffer that's close to the principal, that wants to be close to the principal. And so all I've said is they spend a lot of time together. When you took it there. You made the statement about Republican women.
He took it there.
He never said
Here's
that.
the deal. He's been in the Senate. It's despicable.
Ashley?
I mean, all this sort of fake out.
This shirt pisses off the right.
It has been 37 years since Ronald Reagan left office in 1989, and not a single drop of wealth has trickled down to the poor. But the wealthiest Americans have almost doubled their share of the nation's wealth during this time. If you agree with James Tallarico that trickle-down economics is
a lie.
It's theft.
It's a lie, and it's theft. That's exactly what it is. Trickle-down economics. Trickle-down economics has made millionaires into billionaires and the middle class into the working poor. Trickle-down economics is a fucking lie. Wake the fuck up and realize it. The wealth does not trickle down, it trickles up. I would even say it flows and rages up.
I think it's so much.
And explain to me what your method is for determining that all the other gods don't exist. And then I'll use that exact same method to prove that yours doesn't exist. Because clearly you must have found some way to rule out all the other gods, right? And I already know that your response to this is going to be, well, how else?
I don't know how you prove a negative, but you're so sure those other gods don't exist. Then tell us what that method is you use to determine your God doesn't exist, and we will use that same method on your God. Boom. Failure.
Did we get here? Friendly reminder, not knowing something does not mean that you make up a god. That's not an answer, that's a cop-out. And explain to me what your method is for determining that all the other gods don't exist. And then I'll use that exact same method to prove that yours doesn't exist. Because clearly you must have found some way to rule out all the other gods, right? And I already know that your response to this is going to be, well, how else did we get here? Friendly reminder, not knowing something does not mean that you make up a god. That's not an answer, that's a cop-out.
The weapons of the Jedi are elegant weapons for the more civilized age.
Once again,
Watch this. Republicans are desperate to stop women from getting an education. Biggest threat to the whole Christian nationalist thing is a woman with an education, because you cannot trap her in a violent marriage if she's educated and she has the means to take care of herself and she knows that she is capable of taking care of herself.
Can't say no.
To Harvard?
Yeah.
Well, me and Mom can say no.
Catholicism to us is everything. It's the basis of our marriage. It's the basis of our family. And so the idea of dropping her off at a place that would undermine that or try to undo all those things makes me worried.
If your religion is truly the basis of your family, then you won't just be able to erase it from what's going on because she happens to leave the house and hear a different opinion.
Again, I don't want them to get one viewpoint. I want them to get a lot of different viewpoints. But I don't want them fed only one viewpoint that's contrary to the way my kids were raised.
You don't want her to see any other viewpoint than theirs because they know an educated woman is the biggest threat to controlling them, to keeping them inside the church.
I think what happens is they have professionalized, figuring out how they can take good young girls like you and I think corrupt their minds.
This has nothing to do with their Christian values. Actually, none of it does. It all has to do with controlling women. And women in this country are getting higher levels of education than the men, and they want to put a stop to that. Believe me when I tell you, it's happening on every level.
Major news last night out of Minnesota that far-right MAGA fascists and former pro-war Democrats are not happy about because a progressive state lawmaker and Native American activist Peggy Flanagan defeated the establishment's pick to be the Democratic nominee for U.S. Senate. Peggy Flanagan took on Angie Gregg, a congresswoman who supports ICE. She voted for the Lincoln-Riley Act, supports Israel, took hundreds of thousands of dollars from AIPAC and voted against cutting aid to Israel, and does not support universal health care, whereas Peggy Flanagan supports Medicare for all, a very basic and mainstream position that any Democrat should be taking at this point. This is yet another anti-war, pro-working family Democrat to take on the Democratic machine and win pretty big. Some of these races admittedly are close. This one was not. The people of Minnesota have spoken, and they've spoken proudly in favor of Peggy Flanagan.
People of this country are tired of the shit that's going on. Billionaires are getting richer, and the working class people are getting poor. They're struggling to get by.
Corporate pro-war Democrats are not
Well,
happy
the
about
billionaire's
because
biggest concern is,
progressive
should I buy
state
myself a
lawmaker,
7th
Native
yacht?
American
Give me a
activist
fucking
Peggy
break.
Flanagan defeated the establishment's pick to be the Democratic nominee for U.S. Senate. Peggy Flanagan took on Angie Craig, a congresswoman who supports ICE. She voted for the Lincoln-Riley Act, supports Israel, took hundreds of thousands of dollars from AIPAC and voted against cutting aid.
You actually called President Trump, called him directly to ask him about this.
Yeah, we were not on the phone very long. I think our call was about 30 seconds or so. But when I asked him about the wedding photo, he said, he sort of paused for a second and then said, "You've got to be kidding me," before calling CNN fake news and then hanging up on me.
One of the photos that K-File found confirms that Epstein actually attended Donald Trump's wedding to Marla Maples. And this is the proof. Again, this has never been published before, so this is a new image. You haven't seen it out there on X or anything like that. This is the proof that Epstein attended Trump's wedding at the Plaza Hotel in New York. And in the photo, what you see is Epstein entering the Plaza Hotel. The wedding date of this is December 20th, 1993, in the center of their friendship, which of course continued. And for comparison, we'll show you on the right a photo of Trump and Marla Maples at the same location under the entryway arch. Andrew Kaczynski of K-File is here with the new images of Trump and Epstein. And Andrew, I shared one of them there, but so let's start with the one.
If you haven't seen it yet, you got to see his deposition, Trump's deposition of E. Jean Carroll, because he looked at a picture of E. Jean Carroll and mistook her for Marla Maples, his wife. But yet he claims, "Hey, Case, how you doing? Case Outdoors. Thanks for joining the stream." And he mistook E. Jean Carroll for Marla Maples, his wife. It's out there. Look it up.
Significant development.
Well, yeah, it is. Trump's wedding to Marla Maples in 1993 was dubbed the wedding of the century by the media at the time. And although we know that Trump and Epstein were friends during this period, this is really the first time that it's actually been reported that Trump invited Epstein to his wedding. This is, we should note, more than a decade before those first allegations of sex trafficking against Epstein. But as you know, Trump's relationship with Epstein has been under the microscope recently.
So you actually called President Trump. You called him directly to ask him about this.
We have some big news right now. It's State of the Union Day. And on State of the Union Day, we learned something major. We learned that the Trump administration's Department of Justice withheld and removed key Epstein-related documents that lay out significant allegations against the President of the United States. Multiple witness interviews, multiple documents that the department...
There better be a bunch of people going to prison for destroying evidence, because that is a federal crime. That is a serious crime. We're talking about evidence that implicates Trump in raping children. There better be a bunch of people going to prison for the rest of their fucking life for this shit. Because you know, when the president tells you to do that, you know it's against the law. You know it's a felony. And you should say, "I'm not doing it. You can do whatever. You can fire me, whatever." Because you will be protected by the law if you refuse that order. If you refuse to destroy evidence that holds the president accountable for raping children, you know the law will protect you. Trump won't. He won't be able to.
We have some big news right now. It's State of the Union Day. And on State of the Union Day, we learned something major. We learned that
there are two types of white people.
I think the biggest indicator that this God was created by man is the fact that this God wants to be worshipped and gets angry when people don't worship him. Like, for example, in Jeremiah 11 through 13, where God spends 3 straight chapters throwing a hissy fit because people aren't worshiping him. It's just so odd that a supposed perfect God
wants worship. It kind of gives the same vibe as those parents who want to be praised for doing what they're supposed to do as parents. No one asked you to be a parent. No one asked you to create these children. You did all of that on your own, and you're expecting them to praise you and thank you for things like feeding them and clothing them. Things that you signed up to do when you signed up to be a parent. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing with the Christian God. If he created everything and no one told him to create any of this, no one told him to create Earth, no one told him to create animals, no one told him to create humans, he did all of this on his own, then why is it on us to turn around and thank him constantly for like allowing us to breathe another day? If he was truly the creator and he was truly good, which is what the Christians are arguing, that not only did he create everything, but he's also all good, he wouldn't care for worship. He wouldn't throw a fit every single time his people
Whether he
stopped praising
exists
him.
is
Some of the best people that you know out there in the world do good things, not for praise from others, but because they just wanted to do a good thing. So if this God was truly good, he would care less about worship and more about how we treat each other. He would care about us being good people. He would care about us enjoying the one life that we have, enjoying this earth that he supposedly created, without having to stop and thank him for everything. Thank him when we eat. Thank him when we finish a drive. Thank him when we finish a trip. Thank him whenever we get a job. Thank him whenever we come home every day. Because again, no one asked him to create us or this world. And you know what? I think this is why a lot of Christians will ask non-believers like what their purpose is if they don't believe in the Christian God. Because Christians can only see one purpose in their life: praising God for their entire human life and then dying and praising him for all of eternity in heaven. That's all they're living for, to get to heaven. And I think that too is why they ask non-believers like where we get our morals from if we don't believe in the Christian God. Because if their God didn't tell them what was right and what was wrong, they'd be lost. So when Christians see non-believers like me finding my own purpose in life, having my own sense of right and wrong, they get confused. It makes no sense to them, and it's sad to see. I think the biggest indicator that this God was created by me.
I'll be praying for you. No, you won't. What do you mean, no, I won't? Because you don't actually believe that prayer works. Yes, I do. If you actually believed that prayer worked, you wouldn't be wasting your time outside of Planned Parenthood harassing people. You would just pray about it. If y'all actually believed that prayer worked, hospitals would be filled to the brim with Christians praying for healing for all the patients.
Yep.
Well, if y'all actually believed that prayer worked, you would never go to the doctor. You would just pray for yourself
Yep,
to get better.
exactly.
Okay, but if you actually believed that prayer worked, you wouldn't be outside protesting against same-gender weddings. You would just pray for them to stop.
Yep.
But you don't actually believe
And
that
pray.
prayer works, which is why every time there's another school tragedy on the news, you guys just send thoughts and prayers because it's the easiest way to do nothing while pretending you're doing something. And now here you are once again doing this whole performative prayer.
Keep in mind about prayer, look up because scientists actually did a research study on the power of prayer. It's called the National Prayer Study. Guess what they found out? Prayer works the same as random chance, and in situations where people knew they were being prayed for, prayer worked worse. And the scientists say that is performance anxiety. So prayer, we know that prayer doesn't work. Not like the Bible says prayer works. Because if you look up what the Bible says about prayer, and the Bible says whenever two or more of you are gathered in my name, whatever you pray for will be granted. Okay, so that means that get two of you together and pray that you get $10 billion in your bank account. So it's easily tested, okay? And see if you get that $10 billion in your bank account. I'm guarantee you won't. But go ahead, keep acting like prayer works.
On someone that you don't actually even care about. Well, Jesus calls on us to pray privately.
Every time I tell a Christian that I'm an atheist, the first thing they say is, well, I'll pray for you. And so either they're lying that they're praying for me, or prayer doesn't work. Which one is it? Because I'm still an atheist. For almost 20 years now, I've been an atheist. So which one is it? Did you not pray for me, or does prayer not work? Which one?
Calls on you to pray privately, not performatively. So maybe next time you get this urge to put on this whole performance to make yourself feel superior to other people, you should just think about what Jesus would actually want you to do.
Yeah, he would want you to go into a closet and pray. Because that's specifically what he said. Go into a closet and let nobody see you pray. That's literally what he said about prayer. So when you're standing out and praying and holding each other's hands and praying in private, making a big deal out of it, Jesus says that is a no-no. Look it up. It's in the Bible.
Single Christian women are...
Exactly. Exactly.
You have not read the Bible. If I had $1 for every time that your God either killed someone directly or instructed someone else to kill someone, I'd be Daddy Warbucks. Here's a few examples, just a few. Genesis 7, God sends a flood to kill the entire population on earth aside from Noah and his family. 1 Samuel 15, God commands the slaughter of the Amalekites, including all of the children. Exodus 12, God kills all the firstborns in Egypt. Numbers 21, God sends venomous snakes to kill his own people. Genesis 19, God destroys Sodom and Gomorrah, killing everyone residing there. Exodus 14, God hardens the Pharaoh's heart for like the 5th time and causes the Pharaoh to go after the Israelites that he just set free. Then God drowns the Pharaoh and all of his army. Joshua 8, God commands the Israelites to kill 12,000 innocent men and women in the city of Ai. Numbers 31, God commands the slaughter of the Midianite men and the non-virgin women. God also commands the Israelites to take the virgin women for themselves. What a loving God. Judges 7 and 8, God commands Gideon and his 300 men to attack the Midianites, and 120,000 men are killed. 2 Kings 2, God sends 2 bears to maul 42 boys to death. Number 16, God splits open the earth, swallowing up 3 men and their families. Also in number 16, God sends a plague to kill 14,700 people because the Israelites were upset with God for killing those 3 men and their families. God really said, oh, you don't like me killing people? Let me kill more people. Judges 16, God helps Samson kill himself and a bunch of Philistines along with him. Exodus 32, God commands the Levites to kill their brothers, friends, and their neighbors. 1 Samuel 6, God strikes down 70 people for looking inside the ark of the Lord. Some Hebrew manuscripts say 50,070, but my Bible says 70. 2 Samuel 24, God sends a plague to kill 70,000 innocent people as punishment for David counting all of the fighting men in Israel. Isaiah 37, God kills 185,000 Assyrians in their sleep. I could go on. Those are... just the ones that I know off the top of my head. And please miss me with that.
Something on my phone. I guess it's update. So you start. Alright, I got one barn of horses done. As far as riding, got to get the other one. I need some coffee, so I'll be right back. Not gonna work. Dang. It should be here, shouldn't it? Is mower. Where is the silage baler? Thought it was over here. Oh, come on. The heck? What the heck? What the hell? What is this? What the hell happened? Huh?
The war on terror is not confined strictly to the Al-Qaeda that we're chasing. The war on terror involves Saddam Hussein.
The president said the war would make the world safer. But did the Bush administration know what it was really getting into?
Come on!
Did the administration listen too much to this man?
A wise man once said, to forget how to...
Saddam Hussein now has weapons of mass destruction.
And were we told the truth?
The administration made statements which I can only describe as dishonest.
Tonight, frontline correspondent Martin Smith travels to Iraq to investigate truth, war, and consequences.
Be right back.
The drive from Kuwait City to Baghdad takes about 12 hours. We made our first trip in late April, just 2 weeks after the fall of Saddam. We accompanied Kanan Makia, an Iraqi exile who has been at the center of efforts to topple Saddam for more than a decade. He hadn't seen southern or central Iraq since he was 18.
This was once upon a time the Fertile Crescent. Saddam's turned it into a desert.
Along the way, U.S. convoys were busy moving in additional equipment and troops, while soldiers manned crude checkpoints. The roads are not secure. Bandits are a common hazard. We traveled in a convoy with other returning Iraqi exiles. With less than 300 kilometers to go, they paused for a picture. As we drove into Baghdad, the bombed-out hulks of Iraqi tanks and anti-aircraft guns littered the sides of the highways. In the city center, buildings had been blasted by missiles. Others were destroyed by fire. The capital of one of the world's biggest oil-producing nations was also suffering from years of UN sanctions.
I suppose the shock was to realize just how to the
On top of the dilapidation came When General J. Garner and his reconstruction team arrived, they found nearly all the buildings they needed to run post-war Iraq demolished.
Did you plan for looting?
Well, I knew there would be looting, but I didn't think the looting would have the impact that it did have. 17 of the 23 ministries were gone when we got to Baghdad. And more than that, there's no communications. So, I didn't know that the looting would be as, I never expected it would be as serious as it was.
We'd heard about shortages. We saw what it meant. To buy a tank of gasoline, the wait could be more than 8 hours. Tempers flared. We came upon this station, where one man had fired a gun in anger. The bullet hit a gas tank, and an explosion and fire ensued that killed 4. Including this boy's brother. Weary residents were calling on the U.S. to either take control or go home.
Couldn't the military have done a better job of putting in police patrols or bringing in more soldiers to try to tamp things down?
Well, you have to have some military.
Well, you're a general. What's your opinion?
I think you're always better off with more troops.
So we didn't have enough troops.
I think we could have used more troops inside Baghdad at the end of the war, yes.
There was still some looting going on when we arrived. And when we came across soldiers, they didn't seem sure of their role.
That child don't need to be here. Know what school is? Okay, that's what he need to be doing, not following you.
We filmed these GIs after they caught a group of Iraqis stealing wood.
We try to stop them from looting, they don't understand, so we'll take their car and we'll crush it. United States Army, tankers, who? That's what you get when you lose.
Later, the car's owner told us, I'm a taxi driver. The car was my livelihood.
You represent a culture that brought forth civilization. It's your people and your land that brought forth the fortification of the law.
The day after we arrived, General Garner was speaking to a political conference. The U.S. had invited 300 Iraqis, tribal sheikhs, religious, business, and political leaders. Kanan Makia came with his own ambitions about how to build a new democratic Iraq.
It was important, I think, for one salient fact to emerge from the meeting. The sense of the mood of that meeting was, we want a government and we want it now.
We're asking British and United States to vote the principal system for us, how to go through democracy. Okay?
And the American officials who were up there on the platform were on the edge of losing control of the meeting because they didn't have answers. The central fact on everybody's mind was the lawlessness that had taken place, the anarchy, the breakdown.
Looting was going on as the meeting took place.
Looting, and authority was needed here, now, immediately, instantly.
Kanan Makia has been involved for over 10 years with an Iraqi exile opposition group dedicated to the overthrow of Saddam Hussein. We followed him to their new Baghdad headquarters. The Iraqi National Congress was founded in 1992. The INC is headed by a former banker, Ahmed Chalabi. Before the war, Chalabi was a key player in efforts to help establish the case that Saddam was an imminent threat.
Saddam Hussein was a threat to the West. He was the most dangerous threat that could have been envisaged in this time, especially after September 11.
But they were set up by the INC. They were recruited.
According to top Pentagon advisor Richard Pearl, Chalabi was without question the single most important source of intelligence the U.S. had on Saddam Hussein's Iraq.
He's a very capable guy. He's quite brilliant. PhD in mathematics with a background at the University of Chicago and MIT. Committed to secular democracy. And is the kind of modern liberal leader that we would hope to see not only in Iraq but throughout the Arab world.
People say that there are two men who are responsible for the fall of Saddam Hussein. One is George Bush and the other is Ahmed Chalabi. You agree?
Somebody else said, I'm not going to disagree with them. This is.
Well, you nagged the U.S. government for 12, 13 years to accomplish this task.
Well, I did. I worked very hard because I came to the conclusion very early on that if the U.S. is not heavily involved in helping the Iraqi people get rid of Saddam, Saddam is going to stay and his son is going to come after him.
أشكركم جميعا على تكرمكم بهذه الزيارة.
When we caught up with Chalabi, he was no longer preoccupied with making the case for war. A steady stream of visitors was coming to his headquarters. Chalabi was busy navigating post-war politics.
Many people that supported the war no longer do.
Yes.
They feel that they were suckered.
Yes, probably.
They say so.
I mean, I don't, I'm not disputing.
Well, I mean, half the people now feel that the war wasn't justified on the grounds that it was argued for.
Okay.
Do you feel any discomfort with that?
No. We're out of Baghdad.
They are in Baghdad now. The story of how they got here begins in Washington. Ever since the end of the Gulf War, a small group of influential policymakers has wanted to rid the Middle East of Saddam Hussein. But going to war to achieve it was not politically feasible until after September 11th, 2001.
Well, I believe there was a strong argument for looking at Iraq before September 11th. What September 11th taught us is that we can wait too long in the presence of a known and a visible threat.
On the afternoon of September 11th, Richard Pearl phoned one of President Bush's speechwriters, David Frum.
I had a conversation with David.
And what was the content of that?
That we are not going to deal effectively with global terrorism if states can support and sponsor and harbor terrorists without penalty.
The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts.
At 8:30 that evening, President Bush spoke to the nation. He laid out his policy, echoing the words that Pearl had suggested to his speechwriter earlier in the day.
We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them.
4 days later, the President and his cabinet gathered at Camp David to formulate strategy in the war on terrorism. President Bush told cabinet members that if Saddam Hussein was to become a target, they needed to dig up evidence that he was cooperating with Al-Qaeda. Within days, Deputy Secretary of Defense Paul Wolfowitz directed one of his deputies, Douglas Feith, to set up a special office inside the Pentagon that would examine the intelligence regarding Iraq's possible connection with Al-Qaeda. It started as a small, secretive operation.
It was very simple. It was clear that no one had been looking for links of a kind that it was reasonable to consider might exist. We didn't know whether they existed. And the evidence might have been that they didn't exist. So some people were brought in to take a look. And within a very short period of time, they began to find links that nobody else had previously understood.
When it came to Iraq, the Special Intelligence Office didn't trust what the CIA or even their own Defense Intelligence Agency had to say. They did apparently listen to Ahmed Chalabi. According to one Pentagon source, he visited once every other month. Across the Potomac, Greg Thielman had analyzed intelligence for the State Department for 7 years.
That office was largely invisible to us in the intelligence community because they didn't play in the normal bureaucratic process of making intelligence assessments and reporting on those.
What did you understand that office to be about?
I'm still trying to figure out what that office was about. The office wasn't big enough for them to really have the expertise in-house, and the mere creation of the office was odd, since the Secretary of Defense had the entire Defense Intelligence Agency at his disposal. So it's a little mysterious what exactly they were doing.
Let me be blunt about this. The level of competence of the Central Intelligence Agency in this area is appalling. They had filtered out the whole set of possibilities because it was inconsistent with their model. So if you're walking down the street, you're not looking for a hidden treasure, you won't find it.
Conversely, if you look for something, you will find it. Simply because you are looking, and the nature of intelligence is very often vague, and things can be interpreted one way or another.
Of course, there's no absolute truth in this.
It is not publicly known what intelligence was provided by the Special Intelligence Office. But Frontline has learned that a report from the Czech Republic that 9/11 hijacker Mohammed Atta met with an Iraqi intelligence officer in Prague got their attention and was passed on to the White House.
That report was pretty well confirmed that he did go to Prague and he did meet with a senior official of the Iraqi intelligence service in Czechoslovakia last April, several months before the attack.
But the meeting in Prague was never confirmed. In fact, the FBI established 1 month later through car rental records that Atta was in Florida when the alleged Prague meeting would have occurred. The vice president, however, would still be citing the story over a year later.
On one occasion, we have reporting that places him in Prague with a senior Iraqi intelligence official a few months before the attack on the World Trade Center.
I think it's very unusual the amount of influence they had. What seems to have happened is that the conclusions or the work that they did somehow entered from the side into the policy community
at a very high level.
At a very high level, in a way that was invisible to those of us in the intelligence community producing intelligence.
While the Pentagon was building a case for war, the State Department was planning for the aftermath. In the spring of 2002, they launched the Future of Iraq project.
We've organized the Future of Iraq project to draw upon both independent Iraqis and representatives of political groups in order to plan for many of the practical
this passage by closing this dam and forcing all the water to go down this way.
The State Department invited Iraqi exiles to participate in working groups on how to keep law and order in the streets and how to keep oil, electricity, and water flowing after the war.
This issue is huge, and until we go and look at this oil in some more detail.
There are committees set up to consider each aspect of the future life of Iraq and how you could deal with it in the immediate days thereafter. It involved an awful lot of very bright people, many of whom have the credentials in economics and banking and agriculture and so on.
This was a real effort to
plan. To be there on the ground the day after and ready to go.
Laith Kuba, a prominent Iraqi exile, participated in 3 working groups.
The reality is, by the beginning of 2002, Iraqis have not mobilized their expertise to map out what the issues and challenges are in a post-Saddam Hussein. Everybody agreed that Saddam should go. Everybody would like to have democracy afterwards. Nobody had a clue what the challenges are ahead. So for the State Department to have started to gather Iraqis, 200 of them in 15 working groups, was a good step.
Most Iraqi exiles were enthusiastic about the Future of Iraq project, though some, notably Ahmed Chalabi and other INC Iraqis, were skeptical about the usefulness of a series of seminars. They wanted to talk about who was going to rule Iraq after the war. Initially, Kanan Makia declined an invitation to participate.
The State Department wanted to talk about how best we can collect garbage in the streets the day after liberation, or how can we recruit 1,000 health workers to go to this or that area the day after. And I said I didn't have anything to contribute to such questions. Unfortunately, I'm sure there were people inside Iraq who would know much better than I how to go about doing these things.
Kanan Makia has been making a case for ousting Saddam for over 10 years. Frontline first filmed him in Washington in 1992. In his books, he had exposed Saddam's history of brutality.
Don't look to the United States for help. That is gone.
In the wake of the first Gulf War, he was one of the first Arab intellectuals to openly criticize America for failing to topple Saddam.
the future of Iraq is in the hands of Iraqis alone today.
After one of his talks, he began a friendship with Paul Wolfowitz.
I was giving a talk and he was in the audience, and I remember him seeking me out, and a very touching moment when he said that he felt that the United States had been wrong in 1991, and to have sought me out to say this thing was something special, which I took an immense liking to man because of it.
Wolfowitz was then a professor at Johns Hopkins University. He remained a friend of Makia's and a supporter of the INC. He wouldn't have a chance to help them, though, until he became Secretary Rumsfeld's right-hand man. Ahmed Chalabi was also in Washington in the early 1990s. He had aggressively lobbied Capitol Hill and made friends with influential Republicans who helped him get a meeting in the first Bush White House with National Security Council advisor Richard Haas.
I went to Haas. He told me, I'm seeing you only because of the press performance. I was supposed to meet him, I don't know, for half an hour. We stayed 90 minutes. I explained to him the strategy. He said, we will support an Iraqi political movement that will come out endorsing democracy in Iraq, democratic government, pluralistic government in Iraq, renunciation of weapons of mass destruction. Haas says, if you do these things, we will support you. He said, if you get a political movement with such a program, we will support you. And that was the genesis of the INC.
Under the proviso that the INC would represent all Iraqis, Kurds, Shias, and Sunnis, the U.S. government gave the INC CIA money and contacts. But in the mid-90s, when Chalabi tried to launch an Iraqi uprising, he found he had miscalculated the depth of American support.
They needed support from the United States, and we refused to give it to them.
But we'd encouraged them in the first place.
Absolutely.
He attempted to build on what he thought was American support, which was not forthcoming.
The Clinton administration feared Chalabi had misrepresented the strength and breadth of his movement and had provided shoddy intelligence about Saddam's military. The White House ordered the CIA to abandon the operation.
That got shut down largely because I think people were afraid it would be a one-way street for military intervention, our military intervention. The military, our military wasn't prepared for that at that time.
I think that fallout was the final straw that broke the camel's back, because there were other issues to do with how the INC was run, how the money was spent, the quality of intelligence that was gathered at that time, a number of issues. But ultimately that led to a breakdown.
After 96, after the events of summer of 96, we had to go back to the drawing board and decide on a strategy. And we had to think of what we considered to be a real strategy to get us to Baghdad.
Saddam is the problem. He can never be part of any solution.
Chalabi turned back to Washington. With the help of friends in Congress, he lobbied for the passage of a bill, the Iraqi Liberation Act, that would make regime change in Iraq official U.S. government policy.
The Iraqi people know full well the horror of chemical and biological weapons.
The Iraqi Liberation Act funneled millions of dollars to the INC.
The Iraqi National Congress asks your help in removing the threat of Saddam's doomsday weapons from our people, from the region, and from the world.
Chalabi used some of the money to attract and pay defectors. He then passed them to the government as well as to the media. Many news organizations, including Frontline, used Chalabi's defectors in their reports. Saddam's Iraq has always been hard to penetrate. Weapons inspectors knew Saddam once used chemical weapons, but whether he still possessed any or had programs for biological or nuclear weapons was much harder to determine. In Baghdad, we visited Dr. Hamad al-Bahali, one of the founders of Iraq's civilian nuclear program.
باعتقادي أن المخابرات الأمريكية والبريطانية مصيبة تصورهم أنه العراق عنده، يعني أكيد المخابرات الأمريكية يمكن سئلت نفسها لويش جابوا هاي الأطنان الكثيرة من اليورانيوم؟ لماذا هذه المؤسسات والفواصل اللي تخص باليورانيوم؟ ولكن هذا ممكن أن يشوفوه، يعني مبين سجلوه. قبل فترة يمكن زميله.
Dr. Bahley believes that despite all its money and equipment, Iraq didn't have the expertise to assemble a weapon.
أوحت للعالم أن العراق بالإصناع. ماكو إمكانية باعتقادي أنه قد تكون حسابات على الورق نظرية أجريت، لكن كان تطبيقها كذا. العملية هذه مو سهلة.
Today, Dr. Bahley is more concerned with the radioactive contamination of villagers living near the looted nuclear plant Tuwaitha, where he worked for the last 10 years.
السلام عليكم. شلون الصحة؟ شلون أحوالكم؟ تلوث إشعاعي شنو البنات صار بيهن شيء؟
اي والله صار بيهم حادث.
ياهم منهم؟
اثنيناتهم.
هذه تعال يا عمي. تعال حبات حبيب. حبيب.
The Army has now secured the gates of Tuwaitha, which had once been a major point of interest for inspectors. For months, the CIA Pentagon team has scoured Iraq, but it reportedly has found no evidence of weapons of mass destruction, in spite of past claims by Ahmed Chalabi and the INC.
We believe that he was developing weapons of mass destruction.
Based on what evidence?
Because evidence that we heard from his people, but we never gave this to the United States because we knew that this kind of evidence will be unacceptable and we will be one because it is not verifiable for the United States. We get a piece of information from an officer.
So it was hearsay?
We believed it. We knew it was. We did not present it.
But it looks as if right now, I mean, the American people feel that they were told that there were going to be storehouses of weapons on the shelf.
Not by us.
Well,
not by us. From their own intelligence services.
You will get different estimates about precisely how close he is. We do know that he is actively pursuing a nuclear weapon.
Prior to the war, the administration was reading intelligence that was often vague, sometimes contradictory, rarely definitive.
Americans need to know I'll be making up my mind based upon the latest intelligence.
Unlike the intelligence, though, the message the administration rolled out in the fall of 2002 was sharp and clear.
There is no doubt that Saddam Hussein now has weapons of mass destruction. There is no doubt that he is a mass...
What was missing from all the speeches and television appearances were the caveats and contrary evidence from their own intelligence agencies.
The Iraqi regime could launch a biological or chemical attack in as little as 45 minutes.
In a classified report circulated within the administration in late September 2002, the Defense Intelligence Agency stated that there was no reliable information on whether Iraq is producing or stockpiling chemical weapons.
But we don't want the smoking gun to be a mushroom cloud.
At the same time, the Pentagon's Special Intelligence Office was coming up short of proving Saddam had current and active links to al-Qaeda.
As you watched this growing divergence between what was being said by policymakers and what you knew was the intelligence, what conclusions were you drawing?
Well, the conclusion that I ultimately came to was that this was a matter of, as I've called it, faith-based intelligence. They were cherry-picking the information that we provided to use whatever pieces of it that fit their overall interpretation. And worse than that, they were dropping qualifiers and distorting some of the information that we provided to make it seem more alarmist and more dangerous than the information that we were giving them.
The fall campaign would culminate with a speech by President Bush on October 7th in Cincinnati.
Facing clear evidence of peril. Cannot wait for the final proof. The smoking gun could come in the form of a mushroom cloud. Information from a high-ranking Iraqi nuclear engineer who had defected, revealed that despite his public promises, Saddam Hussein had ordered his nuclear program to continue.
The defector mentioned in the president's speech came to the administration's attention via Ahmed Chalabi. Chalabi was also making claims about Saddam and al-Qaeda.
We've learned that Iraq has trained al-Qaeda members in bomb making, and poisons, and deadly gases.
We talked to Chalabi at INC headquarters in Baghdad.
You had argued for a long time that they were tightly connected with al-Qaeda. As far back as '98, I remember meeting with you and you told me there were lots of connections.
Yes, there were.
Well, those have not quite been demonstrated.
We have very strong leads on that, and we have very strong evidence that we have.
You have strong evidence that there's links between al-Qaeda
See, the point is that U.S.
Where are these? Where is this evidence then?
In U.S. hands. We gave the names of the people. There were visits of al-Qaeda here, and there was money that changed hands.
Do you have any documentary evidence of any kind?
Yes, there is such a document.
And that is a document that you could show us?
Well, I've seen it, but I don't have it in my possession. They could show it to you, I think.
Who could show it to you?
Our intelligence people.
Your intelligence people? So after this interview, we can...
I don't know if you can do it right now.
Well, I think it's very important to make this is something we've talked about since '98, and I think it's a very important point. It's one of the points that drew America.
My only problem with that night was he didn't call me. He didn't let me know that he's going to be working Monday.
If there is such a document,
like 8:30,
it makes sense for you to share it now.
I'm not saying no.
And then when he does get home, he's already been to the grocery.
I'm somehow not getting the feeling that I'm going to see the document.
That's what I was upset
You are
about.
erroneous.
I didn't know that was
Okay,
what he did. He
great.
didn't say
I
make
hope
that
to see
stuff
it.
to the grocery store, nothing like that. He just said he was upset about it.
Yeah, I was upset because it wasn't
The
like
document
8:30
was supposed to
back
demonstrate
home.
money
Didn't call me,
changing
didn't say
hands
I
between
wanted to
Saddam
leave,
Hussein's
going for
government and al-Qaeda.
Oh, he didn't tell me that part.
Yeah, of course he
After
did.
repeated requests, Frontline has
That's
still
what I
not
was
seen the
upset about.
document.
I didn't know that
Not,
part.
not telling me.
I didn't know that
Run up
part.
to the
Well,
war,
his last appointment's at
dependence
4,
on
so he should be done at the
imminent
appointment
threat,
at 5, and then
weapons
it
of
should
mass
be only
destruction
45 minutes to
rationale.
get here. It's in Murfreesboro. If it's longer,
See, that's fine, as long as I know, because it's like 8:30, you know, he's here, and I'm like, where the hell is
well, I
that?
told him that I was going to the bed. You know what I mean? I didn't know if I was going tonight, tomorrow. I didn't know yet, but still wanted to go tonight, so I
Is
just...
that the Tennessee State Fair in
Yeah.
Nelson County?
Yeah.
Is it any better? Because the last time I got
For Makia, the cause had always been establishing a democracy in Iraq.
Tomorrow, long day.
In December of 2002, the INC came to a major Iraqi opposition conference in London. In attendance were exiles from all the groups that make up Iraq: Kurds, Sunnis, Shias, and others. At issue was how Iraq would be ruled after the war. Kanan Makia arrived with his own detailed blueprint for democracy.
It carries forward a completely novel idea that doesn't exist anywhere in the Arab Muslim world. This is a completely new kind of state that we are thinking about here. A truly democratic state.
Makia's paper dealt with many subjects.
We're talking here about what kind of federalism exactly we mean, what we mean by a parliament, when elections would take place.
Among them was a controversial proposal to remove Saddam's entire bureaucracy from office after the war.
We're talking here about things like the de-Baathification of Iraq, the denazification of Germany. We're talking about...
The paper also called for the immediate establishment of a provisional government in exile.
Minority rights, protection...
The moment the report came out, the State Department started taking distance from it because it apparently challenged a central tenet of the U.S. of State Department policy, which was they were against the idea of provisional government.
The State Department and many other Iraqi exiles wanted to prevent the INC from rushing into a power vacuum before other Iraqis, including those inside Iraq, had a chance to organize.
I think they had a very simplistic agenda that can be summed up in few words: reducing Iraq to the opposition, reducing the opposition to the INC, and that all the post-Iraq planning should start from that small group to be given all the resources and support to become the nucleus for re-establishing authority in Iraq?
I don't think it's a good idea to try to impose a government from outside. So I was against the idea of having a provisional government composed of exiles. There should be a process by which the Iraqi people, especially those who are inside, should have a say in any provisional government.
The United States government said no. We will not recognize a government that is formed by the opposition, which is outside the country. We want to get people from inside the country involved, and they should play a leading role in this provisional government.
The INC left the conference frustrated. Kanan Makia wrote in a London newspaper that the enemies of a democratic Iraq lay within the U.S. State Department.
It's very sad to have to say, but the State Department, CIA, consistently thwarted the president's genuine attempt, I think, to do something very dramatic in this country.
The INC's last hope was the Defense Department. Here, top civilian officials believed the early establishment of a provisional government was a good idea. It could facilitate an early U.S. military withdrawal. An interagency debate intensified in Washington over whether America would go to war backing a Chalabi-led provisional government or not.
The whole government turned into two camps. One of them is just totally opposed to Chalabi, and the other one was so pro-Chalabi. And I think the problem we began to face was that everybody almost forgot about the issue of Iraq, and the main focus became Chalabi. Is Chalabi going to be president? Is Chalabi going to be the head of the provisional government? What would it mean if Saddam Hussein falls? And it wasn't.
What should they be thinking about?
Iraq.
So much time has been wasted over who to support, Chalabi or not Chalabi.
That's quite right. There has been a debilitating and I think wasteful and damaging quarrel over Ahmed Chalabi.
So why have you clung to Ahmed Chalabi? Why not just find somebody else that's acceptable to both sides?
No one else has been proposed who's acceptable to both sides. And the arguments against Chalabi have been without substance. He is far and away the most effective individual that we could have hoped would emerge in Iraq.
This schism within the U.S. government, a lot of it centered on you, rightly or wrongly. A lot of it came down to people's evaluation of you. CIA and the state, after 96 and onwards, reviled you.
Yes.
And this became all-consuming.
Yes, but you see, this is a very curious situation. I believe that the people who did not want to do anything against Saddam took me up as the bête noire of this, thinking that I was an easy target to discredit the entire policy.
You became an extremely divisive character.
Yes, but they made me so, not I.
On January 12, 2003, Kanan Makia received an invitation to meet with the president.
The invitation to see the president was very sudden, and I don't know by what chance it happened. I didn't solicit it. It began with the president very emphatically stating his commitment to democracy and that this was what the United States wanted to do. And he left me with a very clear impression that he was deadly serious about it, that this was not just rhetoric, and that he was committed to it personally and in some emotional way. We all came away feeling that a truly important breakthrough had taken place.
Though the White House backed up the State Department in opposing an INC provisional government in exile, 8 days later, the president handed over the reins of post-war planning to Secretaries Rumsfeld and Wolfowitz at the Pentagon.
We have recently brought in a retired Army General, Jay Garner, to stand up an office in the Pentagon to begin the process of thinking through all of the kinds of things that would be necessary in the early period and going back to the
Rumsfeld did not know General Jay Garner very well. They had served together on a panel on space and national security in 2000. Yet, with 2 months to go before the war began, Rumsfeld entrusted Garner with full responsibility for post-war politics and reconstruction. future of Iraq project was set aside.
What was the attitude in the Pentagon towards the work that had been done by the State Department?
It wasn't well received.
It wasn't well received?
Yeah, but not only the Pentagon, it wasn't well received in portions of the executive branch either.
But, you know, I've talked to a number of people in the State Department, and they're bitter about the fact that their project was just ignored. You know, they put a big effort into it.
They did put a big effort, and I think it was a mistake to use it. I agree with that. And it was my intent to use that. But we didn't.
And why didn't we use the
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I was just told that no, it's just a decision that made. We're not going to do that.
And who told you that?
I got that from the Secretary. And I don't think that was his decision.
Secretary Rumsfeld?
Mm-hmm.
So all the work that was done in the Future of Iraq project did not show up in any of your...
Not insofar as I could determine.
Did you talk with your colleagues about why we're not using this material?
I did, and the consensus of my colleagues was basically that it was part of the ideological food fight between the State Department and the Defense Department.
The Pentagon's plan for post-war Iraq assumed that once Saddam, his sons, and top lieutenants were gone, the remaining soldiers, policemen, and Ba'ath Party bureaucrats would cooperate with U.S. authorities.
I briefed the President the second week in March. Our plan then is we were going to use most of the Army, the Iraqi Army, for reconstruction. We would hire them and make them, for the lack of a better word, reconstruction battalions and use them to help rebuild the country.
Did that seem like a good plan to you at the time?
A great plan, yeah. Because they had the skill set to do everything I thought we needed to do. I mean, they know how to fix roads, they know how to fix bridges, they know how to move rubble around. They're all trained to a certain degree. They know how to take orders. They have a command and control system over. They have their own transportation. You can move them around, that type of thing. So that was a good concept.
This is Meet the Press with Tim Russert.
If your analysis is not correct and we're not treated as liberators but as conquerors, and the Iraqis begin to resist, particularly in Baghdad, do you think the American people are?
Another assumption was that Iraqis would greet the Americans as liberators, an assurance they got from the INC.
We believe as liberators. I've talked with a lot of Iraqis in the last several months myself, had them to the White House. The President and I have met with them, various groups and individuals, people who devoted their lives from the outside to trying to change things inside Iraq. Men like Kanan Makia, who's a professor at Brandeis, but an Iraqi who's written great books about the subject, knows the country intimately, is a part of the democratic opposition and resistance. The read we get on the people of Iraq is there's no question but they want to get rid of Saddam Hussein, and they will welcome as liberators the United States.
While the administration was listening to Makia, they were ignoring the warnings of others. In February 2003, Richard Pearl invited an expert in post-war situations to make a presentation at the Pentagon. This expert warned about the potential for post-war violence.
The thrust of it was that it was very likely that in a post-conflict situation in Iraq, there was going to be a lot of violence. You're going to have a period of general lawlessness. You're going to need to establish the rule of law. You're going to have to deal with prisoners, for example.
Robert M. Perito, an official on President Reagan's National Security Council staff, has studied post-war problems in Bosnia, Kosovo, East Timor, and Haiti. In all these places, he pointed out, there was widespread looting.
The same thing happened in Panama. As soon as the fighting ended, mobs went into the street of Panama City and destroyed Panama City, looted the city, did more damage to the Panamanian economy than the conflict did. And so my presentation was largely about the kinds of forces that we would need in order to deal with that kind of violence, and those lessons were learned. We had meetings with people on Garner staff and people, in the administration. And their basic approach was that they couldn't really foresee exactly what was needed, so they were going to wait until they got there and then they were going to make recommendations.
Mr. Speaker, the President's Cabinet.
We wanted to ask the administration's top officials about planning for post-war Iraq. we approached Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld, Secretary of State Colin Powell, National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice, and Vice President Dick Cheney. They all declined.
A brutal dictator with a history of reckless aggression, with ties to terrorism, with great potential wealth, will not be permitted to dominate a vital region and threaten the United States.
We scheduled an interview with Wolfowitz's deputy, Douglas Feith, but just hours before we sat down, the White House intervened. The interview was canceled. We received no explanation.
Our intelligence officials estimate that Saddam Hussein had the materials to produce as much as 500 tons of sarin, mustard, and VX nerve agent.
We wanted to ask questions about WMD, but also about the broader rationale for the war. Questions about oil, and about the prospects of an Iraqi democracy. Those close to the administration talk of an ambitious set of goals.
There's no question that liberating Iraq from this vicious tyrannical regime was thought by many of us to be a good thing in itself. And the added benefits if one could bring a democratic political process to Iraq, of shaping opinion in the Arab world, which is woefully devoid of democratic political institutions, would also be a good thing.
The public case, though, rested on imminent threat.
The British government has learned that Saddam Hussein recently sought significant quantities of uranium from Africa.
The White House has since admitted that the 16 words about uranium yellowcake from Africa were a mistake. What they have not explained is how something that had been investigated 12 months earlier at the request of the Vice President could have still made it into a State of the Union speech. Greg Thielman had investigated rumors of African uranium sales to Iraq a year before the President's speech.
As I recall, it was a human intelligence report that came to the United States. In this case, our specialists, who were weapons intelligence experts, and the African experts, and the Middle Eastern experts in the Intelligence Bureau, were all on one accord that this was a bad story.
And then, in January, you hear the President talking about it.
That's right. It was a big surprise to me because I left government at the end of September in 2002, so I had no indication in the fall this story had any life on it at all. It was really a shock to me when the President gave it such visibility in January of 2003.
Some of the sources are technical, such as intercepted telephone conversations.
8 days after the President's State of the Union address, Secretary Powell would present the administration's case to the UN.
I cannot tell you everything that we know, but what I can share with you when combined with what all of us have learned over the years is deeply troubling.
The Secretary laid out al-Qaeda links.
Iraq today harbors a deadly terrorist network.
Evidence of chemical and biological weapon stores.
Saddam Hussein has chemical weapons. Saddam Hussein has used such weapons.
And evidence of an active nuclear program.
Saddam Hussein already possesses 2 out of the 3 key components needed to build a nuclear bomb. He has a cadre of nuclear scientists with the expertise, and he has a bomb design.
Though he did leave out mention of the Niger uranium story, the crux of Powell's nuclear case was that Iraq was procuring aluminum tubes and other vital parts of a uranium enrichment facility.
Most U.S. experts think they are intended to serve as rotors in centrifuges used to enrich uranium.
We started out being agnostic on this, but the more that we got into it, it was not a difficult assessment for us to arrive at, ultimately, that the Department of Energy experts were correct in seeing these tubes being not well suited for uranium enrichment centrifuge rotors, but were in fact for something else.
Bin Laden met with a senior Iraqi intelligence official in Khartoum.
If one goes back to that very long presentation, point by point, one finds that this was not a very honest explanation. You had this very tenuous link made between Saddam and Osama bin Laden in the remarks of Secretary Powell when his own terrorist officials and virtually everyone else in the U.S. intelligence community said there is no significant connection between al-Qaeda and Saddam Hussein. I have to conclude Secretary Powell's being a loyal Secretary of State, a good soldier as it were, building the administration's case before the international community.
My fellow citizens, at this hour, American and coalition forces are in the early stages of military operations to disarm Iraq, to free its people, and to defend the world from grave danger.
Against the advice of some top military commanders at the Pentagon, Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld believed that Baghdad could be taken and the country secured with a small mobile force. Initially, the plan seemed to be working.
Things are going very well. General Franks and his team are first rate. They're enormously capable. They've got a plan.
The mood at the Pentagon was upbeat.
And they are proceeding with it.
Coalition forces were meeting only token resistance.
There is no question but that regime is not going to be there in the future.
After U.S. troops moved into southern Iraq, Ahmed Chalabi was flown by the U.S. military to the town of Nasiriyah. It was hoped that he could launch an uprising of Shias long oppressed by Saddam.
The plan was to allow Iraqis to participate in their own liberation in some form or another. And of course the State Department was dead against it, everybody was dead against it. They were irritated at the fact that Chalabi was being flown in, and it took the personal intervention of friends of Mr. Chalabi in the Pentagon to make it happen.
The orders came from Undersecretary Doug Feith in the Pentagon. If Chalabi, a secular Shia, could lead Iraqis into battle, it would give him local credibility. Chalabi arrived with 700 troops from his own militia. It was called Operation Crescent Rising.
What I want to do was participate in the liberation of Iraq, and also to show that we can operate on Iraqi territory without much U.S. help.
What is this?
My point was that the United States government should recognize an Iraqi provisional government on any liberated territory of Iraq that was outside the Kurdish area.
At first, a crowd of several thousand came to see what this largely unknown exile, Chalabi, had to say. It seemed to be going well. But the State Department and uniformed military vigorously opposed the idea of marching Chalabi and his Free Iraqi forces into Baghdad. Other Iraqi politicians were also
getting frustrated with this fertilizer.
I thought it was a show of force. I do not like to have
I still have yet to be able to get 100% yield, despite doing all the things that video says I have to do.
But on a very small scale, of course.
I don't know why I can't do it. What am I doing wrong with it? Because I watched the video, I wrote the video down and the steps of what to do. Yet I still can't. I have yet to pull it off. 100% yield in my crops. I have yet to do that one time.
Overarching observation
what am I doing wrong
is that those folks were generally not well received. People were not responding to them like we might have hoped. They never were significantly engaged. They never significantly contributed, at least in my mind. If you can sort of get a snowball rolling, if you can get the local support and locals want to join the force and that type of thing, then it perhaps becomes another matter. But that was not happening at all.
The U.S. Army removed Chalabi and his fighters to a nearby military base and kept him out of the fighting. A disappointed Chalabi was left sitting in the desert without transportation. He wouldn't get to Baghdad until 5 days after its fall.
The statues are coming down. Where are you?
Well, I was in Washington, and I was visiting the vice president, and then I was told suddenly to rush over that was somebody who wanted to see me, and it was the president. Condoleezza Rice was there, and the vice president was there, and we had just seen the pictures of the statue come tumbling down. The president was very emotional and happy, and I remember telling him, I was off by 2 weeks, Mr. President, but it happened because I said to the President back in January that the U.S. forces would be greeted with sweets and flowers. And of course, they weren't in the first 2 weeks. So, it was a moment of what can I say, of real joy for me and for him, and obviously for everybody concerned. And we felt we were being vindicated.
Come on, what's going on with this thing? Come on! Fuck!
Meanwhile,
what the hell is
looting
going
in the
on?
country spread.
Thank you, Mr. Boyd.
At first, the military took a passive attitude.
I saw the opulence of the palaces. Getting to and from there, though, you fly over these mud huts that look like something, right out of...
What is going on? Come on!
I don't know, the birth of Jesus. And the contrast is just remarkable. So when troops entered Baghdad and there was a level of looting, I think I understood, so long as the Iraqis were taking office furniture out of the government buildings and the regime headquarters.
What the hell is going on?
Types of things. And we watched it for 2 or 3 days, I think pretty much with that attitude.
This was not normal. It's not a sign of liberated people. I think it's a sign of people who sense there is no authority. Iraqis are used to military coups. When they take place, they tune into their radios and they obey orders, and people know exactly how to respond to it. Instead, there was a day, 2 days, and 3 days of no authority.
It was what Robert Perito had told the Pentagon would happen.
Secretary Rumsfeld made these now famous remarks about this is what happens when you allow people the freedom to act on their instincts.
Stuff happens, and it's untidy, and freedom's untidy, and free people are free to make mistakes, and commit crimes, and do bad things. They're also free to live their lives.
What is going on with this?
And that's what's going to happen here.
Stuff happens, I think. There were all these remarks that he made, and that struck me as irresponsible is a pretty harsh word, but basically irresponsible. We could have been ready. U.S. military forces that were there on scene stood by and watched. Why? Because they had no instructions to intervene, and two, because there is this feeling, and has been on the part of the U.S. military consistently, that the U.S. military doesn't do police. It doesn't do policing functions.
And you think you could have stopped it?
I think so. I think if we had been told to stop the looting and to secure key elements of the city, we could have brought the force to do that.
Did you get on the phone and say, why aren't we defending these buildings? Why are we letting this country be looted?
Nope.
You didn't do that?
Nope.
Meanwhile, General Garner and his Office of Reconstruction and Humanitarian Assistance, ORHA, remained holed up at the Hilton Hotel in Kuwait.
You're ready to go, but you're on hold. What happened?
Well, CENTCOM wasn't going to let us go in until they felt that the environment was permissive enough for us to get in there. I mean, they didn't want to put the ORHA team in there and get them all shot up on the first day.
Do you think that was the right decision?
No, it was the wrong decision.
It was the wrong decision. Why?
Basically, there was a window of time which the transition from a military mission to a political military mission was open. And into that window, one needed to have all of the civilian staff present to the maximum extent possible and beginning to function.
So, but you're sitting down in Kuwait unable to get any of this work underway?
That's correct.
Finally, U.S. Commander Tommy Franks relented and flew Garner into Baghdad. He set up shop at the former headquarters of Saddam's Republican Guard. Even still, Garner and his team were unable to get to work.
What happened is we put an incredible requirement on the military when we got there. The ground rule was that we couldn't move one of our ministerial team or government team. We couldn't move people around Baghdad unless we had an armed Humvee in front of it and an armed Humvee behind it.
The Army didn't have enough Humvees or soldiers to drive them. And not only could the reconstruction team not get around Baghdad, they couldn't call out of the palace. Phones were down because of U.S. missile strikes on many of Baghdad's telephone exchanges.
The United States is the greatest political, military, economic, cultural entity the
How do I
planet
fix
has
that
ever seen.
and get it back to normal?
We are particularly gifted at things like telephones and air conditioning. We couldn't seem to translate our capability into action on the ground, and that proved enormously frustrating.
Garner's team was also coping with growing violence. On April 28th, in the Sunni town of Fallujah, U.S. soldiers opened fire on a crowd demonstrating against
What was
U.S.
this?
troops.
This was
who were
barley. What the
occupying
hell is
local
going
schools.
on?
Within a few minutes, 17 Iraqis were dead.
What the hell happened? What the hell?
2 days
What
later,
the absolute
in
hell
Fallujah, another
happened?
crowd gathered to protest the American violence. U.S. soldiers fired into the crowd again. 3 more Iraqis were killed.
What the hell happened? Fuck! This is barley.
When there's the second event, then you grasp that
What
there
the hell
had been
happened?
enough ill will created and a failure to understand what was really at issue in Iraq.
What the
And what was at
absolute
issue
hell
in Iraq
happened?
was
That's
not
canola.
our absolute control, but our ability to get Iraqis
Fuck.
to share our vision.
The administration concluded that Iraq urgently needed more law and order. They scrambled to find a replacement for Garner.
I had a call from somebody in Secretary Rumsfeld's office on a Wednesday afternoon, must have been in early May.
Selecting Jerry Bremer, our country will be sending one of our best citizens. He's a man who knows.
It was very quick because I was basically over here about 10 days
God
later.
damn it.
He's a can-do type person.
Effectively, I had only a week to get ready for the job.
Not on behalf of our country, but on behalf of the people of
What the
Iraq
hell
who deserve
happened, man?
a free and democratic society. Good luck to you.
Ambassador Paul Bremer arrived in Baghdad on May 12th. Bremer would take another run at formulating U.S. policy.
The coalition forces did not come to colonize Iraq. We came to overthrow a despotic regime. That we've done. Now our job is to turn and help the Iraqi people regain control of their own destiny.
Bremer, a former ambassador to the Netherlands, had little Middle East experience, but he was a State Department counterterrorism chief in the 1980s and a protege and business partner of Henry Kissinger. Bremer moved quickly to reassert U.S. control. Security was tightened. Street patrols were stepped up. The hunt for Saddam was accelerated. Looters were to be shot on sight.
Are they weapon trained?
Bremer issued decree after decree
That's what we've got to do. We've got to go out, find the criminals where they
on property, on prisons, on banking, and on the press.
Shut up, please.
And much to the dismay of politicians like Ahmed Chalabi, Bremer delayed the establishment of an Iraqi-led government. Chalabi flew to Washington and complained to his friends on the Hill and in the Pentagon.
Thank you, Senator. How is it going? Is it really moving? You see, Senator, I don't understand.
General Garner complained too, but privately. Pilloried for being soft, Garner was criticized most heavily for retaining Ba'athist technocrats who ran the machinery of government.
The problem with Garner was that he was employing Ba'athists in senior positions.
You disagreed with him?
Entirely disagreed with him.
Not unhappy to see him go.
Well, I was happy to see the policy reversed.
He was working with the wrong Iraqis. We're talking about the Iraqis who brutalized, traumatized this nation for 35 years.
Shortly, I will issue an order on measures to extirpate Ba'athist and Ba'athism from Iraq forever.
Ambassador Bremer ordered a policy of complete de-Ba'athification. 30 to 40,000 Ba'athists were banned from holding any public office.
So they scrapped the old plan that you were working with.
Yeah, and all that happened in about a week.
How did you feel about that?
I thought it was a mistake.
By alienating large numbers of people and not using them or utilizing them was not a smart. By doing that, you have made those people part of the problem instead of making them part of the solution. They have become part of the organized crime, part of the snipers shooting at the Americans, and part of the people who see no place for them in future Iraq. And that was not the idea.
Over the summer, sabotage increased. Power plants and oil pipelines became regular targets. At least one, sometimes two American soldiers were being killed every day. More than 1,600 American soldiers have been wounded since the war began. Over 300 have died.
Much of this sabotage is planned, and it's not resistance to occupation as the Arab satellite stations are presenting it. It's mafia-like tactics by the remnants of the Ba'ath Party, which are quickly fusing into fundamentalist Islamist, Wahhabi-leaning parties. There's a dangerous convergence. The very Al-Qaeda, Saddam
How did this get saved? I
which
did
got
not
so
save
discussed
this.
before the war is materializing
Son of
before
a
our very eyes. I
bitch.
see it in the leaflets that these Fidayeen put out. The language is Qaeda language now. So there's a very interesting sense in which all of that is coming home to roost.
That's an irony.
Yes.
In fact, the war itself brings Al-Qaeda to Iraq when it wasn't here before.
Well, that's your way of spinning it. That's not my way of spinning it.
These are rare pictures of Task Force 20, a joint Army-CIA strike force whose brief is to find Saddam. We caught up with them in the town of Daluya, just as a raid was underway. We were prevented from entering the town by soldiers providing support for the task force.
How long are you going to be blocking this road? Any idea? It's obviously a major operation, though. Where are you from?
I'm from Tennessee.
Daluya is a frequent target of raids. It is located in the heart of the Sunni Triangle, where most of the fighting between Americans and Iraqis is taking place. Afterwards, we went to talk to the villagers. The raid had apparently come up empty.
He's a historical leader.
Do many people in this area support Saddam?
لا يوم ما نحب صدام شو طعنا مو هذا البيت شو طعنا صدام كسوم طاني مو اللي يفرض لنا الوظيفه شو يعطيني.
You don't like Saddam. What do you think of the Americans?
محتلين علينا الامريكان ما نشبر.
The Army mounts scores of raids each week, chasing an elusive enemy.
Defining the enemy now in this part of the campaign is a challenge.
What, Austin? What you got for me?
Conducted decisive combat operations at the beginning of the land attack. Your enemy is far better defined, and it's easier to distinguish friend and foe. The situation that we're in now is you have threats against the coalition which are blended in to the population.
After a landmine seriously wounded 2 U.S. soldiers in downtown Baghdad, our cameraman rushed to the scene and witnessed this shootout. Soldiers were exchanging fire with some men in the building on the right. Then, for no apparent reason, the soldiers began firing in our direction. A man standing 5 feet from our cameraman was shot and killed.
God damn it. Son of a bitch. How the hell did this happen, huh?
Afterwards, they asked witnesses what happened.
Yes. He was just here in bystander?
No, but I know this peaceman is good in here.
He wasn't sure, he was just going to stand outside. Hey, let's go.
One of the problems that I'm sensing is the more incursions into various neighborhoods, the more leery Iraqis become, especially when they see sons, fathers, sisters killed by some of the roughness, perhaps necessary, perhaps not, of our raids. Very delicate balance you've got to walk.
It is a delicate balance, and it's not one that I call myself. It's a call of a tactical commander, and I don't. My business isn't second-guessing military guys. We hope that they always act in a prudent fashion, but one which, after all, has as its goal protecting our forces first and achieving their objective, and doing that with a minimum collateral damage to either people or property.
The administration has been critical of the press for being too negative. Much of Baghdad is again bustling with everyday commerce. But with a guerrilla war, violence occurs randomly. The city, for all its resilience, remains on edge.
How did this, I did not save this. How did this crap happen, huh?
In one of Baghdad's wealthiest neighborhoods, we came upon this scene after another raid by Task Force 20.
At the beginning, they surround a house here. Who surrounded it? The American soldiers. So the American soldiers surrounded the house, and then a car entered the branch. Yes. They shoot at it.
During the raid, drivers of 2 cars, apparently confused by impromptu roadblocks, were stopped by gunfire.
The driver intended to stop, not to do anything. The American troops shoot him directly.
5 people were killed. In this car was 1 man. Down the street, a man, his wife, and child. A pedestrian was also killed. The victims all lived in the neighborhood and were returning home.
There is a major difference between military and police. Soldiers are trained to deal with soldiers. They're trained to deal with oppositional armies. They're not trained to deal with civilians. There's a different ethos here. Police are trained to deal with civilians. They're trained to interact on a whole different basis. And so while soldiers are trained to, as one officer said, shoot people and break things, police are trained to preserve and protect.
It's expected to take a year before a fully de-Baathified army and police force can be deployed.
Back up, okay? You wait until he gets up.
Yes, where's the translator? Translator, everyone's got to stop pushing. Act civilized. There's no rush to get in here. These people will be here for months, okay?
We filmed these men standing in 120-degree heat. Some are former soldiers in Saddam's army trying to get their jobs back. Unemployment is currently running at over 50%. The aftermath has proven to be far more complicated than the Bush administration had predicted. It's also far more costly.
Our economic advisors think that repairing Iraq's infrastructure will cost $100 billion. $100 billion. Big money.
Ambassador Bremer is only talking about about the cost of reconstruction. The cost of military occupation has been estimated at another $4 billion a month. Bremer says there is no choice. The U.S. will stay in Iraq as long as it takes to rebuild. In mid-July, Bremer appointed a 25-member Iraqi governing council. But Bremer remains the real authority in Iraq.
Where do you want to sit, Mr. Chairman?
Dominating the council are exiles, prominent among them Ahmed Chalabi. He wants the U.S. to turn over more power to the council on finances and security, and he has begun to distance himself from his American patrons.
We really don't need continued occupation.
We need security.
We need security, but we can, if the U.S. pulls out, we have to have our own plans.
You have plans, but you have nothing on the ground. You do not have a police force.
Well, we can develop a police force quickly.
Are you saying that if the Americans pull out tomorrow, you'd be okay?
No, there will be fighting in Iraq, there will be a lot of bloodshed. But we will not abandon the situation. We will fight, and I believe we will win.
Chalabi is worried that more violence against foreigners will threaten America's long-term commitment. On August 19th, a blast at the United Nations mission in Baghdad killed Special Envoy Sergio Vieira de Mello and 22 others.
I do not know who they are and which God they pray to, but what they did will not serve their cause nor their God.
Get out of here!
Mr. Ambassador, it appears their goal is to simply make it too painful for those trying to rebuild this country to stay.
Well, if that's their goal, they have misjudged their people.
With this new kind of massive attack, how can you secure the city and this country?
We have to work very hard to do our best to find these people before they attack and to deal with them, and we will.
Since this bombing and another in September, the UN has pared back its mission in Iraq from 650 to just 50 international workers. Last month in New York, President Bush came to the UN to appeal for money and troops from the international community. Chalabi came to represent Iraq.
Hello.
But just days earlier, he had angered U.S. officials by lobbying France and Germany for their support for a speedy transfer of sovereignty to Iraqis. He spent his press conference trying to patch up differences with Washington.
We, the Iraqi people, are grateful to President Bush and to the United States, Congress, and the people of the United States for helping us to liberate our country from the scourge of Saddam Hussein.
What's at stake here?
The future of 25 million people in Iraq. Are they going to live as we have promised them, in freedom, in a robust economy, at peace with their neighbors, with an ability to provide for their kids? For the United States, what's at stake is holding good to our word that we were going to make those things happen, and we will.
I guess the problem is that Americans cautioned that this aftermath would be difficult and that we didn't sign up for a humanitarian mission. We signed up to rid ourselves of an imminent threat. Was the war wrongly sold?
I don't know. You know, I'm not a politician. I'm just trying to do this job. I have absolutely no question that this was, by anybody's terms, a just war, by theological, moral, political terms. If ever a 3-week war ever brought about such enormous benefits to 25 million people, this was the war.
Kanan Makia began his career as an architect before he became an author and human rights activist. We followed him here to what was once the Museum of Gifts to President Saddam Hussein. Soon, Makia hopes to turn this building into a museum of remembrance, to catalog the torture and murder of tens of thousands of Iraqis by Saddam and his regime. Makia is also still hoping to participate in drafting a new Iraqi constitution. He expects America to make good on its promises to help rebuild his country.
The question Americans have is, at what cost? Americans were sold a war based on imminent threat, weapons of mass destruction, and now there are many Americans who feel that they've been suckered into something that is perhaps too great, too costly.
Well, then it's my duty and the duty of others, Iraqis, Americans, other people who don't think that, to convince them they were not suckered into anything irresponsible, that this is a fundamentally big thing. This is a huge engagement. The American prestige is at stake, American credibility is at stake, and American commitment to its own values, its own sense of what it's all about is at stake here. And the benefit will be that the rest of the Middle East will suddenly have something upon which to cement itself, a hope for the future, which it doesn't have at the moment. Those are real benefits, very tangible, very real benefits that can come from the success of this experiment.
You call it an experiment?
Yes, and I'm not ashamed of calling it that.
Next time on Frontline.
Right here in our neighborhood, we have terrorists.
6 American citizens.
We must prevent first, prosecute second.
Arrested in the name of Homeland Security.
One by one, the terrorists are learning the meaning of American justice.
Were they really a threat?
We're definitely not sleeper cell. I'm not a terrorist. I love my country. My family lives here.
Chasing the sleeper cell. Next time on Frontline.
To order Frontline's Truth, War, and Consequences on video cassette or DVD, call PBS Home Video at 1-800-PLAY-PBS.
Support for Frontline is provided by U.S. News and World Report.
Trust. For over 70 years, a commitment to playing it straight, getting it right. U.S. News and World Report. Trust matters.
Frontline is made possible by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
It's gonna be close enough. Man. Ah, this is a pain. I don't know what the hell happened, but I gotta fix it. I'm getting tired of this shit. So I think I'm gonna go ahead and can I put my barn in there right now. I might be. What does that say? You left with another object. Oh, what a fucking mess this is. I don't know what happened, how it did everything on there. It shouldn't have done that. And then every field like that on the map. I don't know why it did that. That was potatoes, and this is sugar beets. Dang, this is a pain in the fucking ass. This was corn. Dang it. Oh, wheat. This was barley. That's corn too. What a damn mess this is. It was barley or wheat? I think it was barley. Okay. That was barley. Yeah, I can look on this as far as the previous. Oh, it's not working, is it? Okay, I'm gonna have to come back with it. Come on, damn it. It's gonna work.
Hey folks, Coach Duke Farminator here at 518-125. This is Farming Simulator 22, Michigan Farms Map Check with Ag Service Part 122. Come see Michigan.
Okay. Okay. All right. So this is barley. This field right here is barley. Yeah, now this is sunflowers. Remember that. Yeah. What was that field? I think that was canola. That's canola. I'm gonna get this straightened out before I call it quits. Nola. Nola. Alright. Oh, we've done that. This is grass. This is oats, I believe. Perfect. All right. This was, what the hell is this? This is grass. Damn it. Excuse me. Whoa. Why is that not the same color? Oh, this is such a pain in the ass. I don't know what the hell happened either. Something just screwed up. Come on, So far, I got it right. Just by memory. Oh, is that? Okay, this is supposed to be a wheat field, not barley. Yeah, it's supposed to be wheat. These are supposed to be wheat. Okay, that's better. Okay, that's the proper color it should be. Awesome. Okay, now this one is sugar beets. That was potatoes. That's oats. Okay, this, what was that? Was that wheat? That was wheat, wasn't it? Pretty sure it was wheat. Just by memory, I'm sure it was wheat. Yeah, I'm positive it was. Okay, we're almost got this big fuck up fixed. It's grass. Level one, growing. So it'll be ready to cut next month, which is where it should be. Okay, so this is potatoes. And that's sugar beets. So potatoes. No, one less than that. Might be one less than that too. Yeah, that's where we were. Sugar beets. I think it's going to be 2 for sugar beets. Maybe 3. Yeah, I think that's where we're going. Now this is oats. I think that's where it is. Where was it in the other oat fields? Yeah, that looks right. Okay. Okay, damn, David got this screw up fixed. I'm like just tired after this crap. I can't believe this. I don't know what happened. I did not save it. I did not tell it to do every field like that. So I don't understand what the hell happened. It kind of pisses me off. One of the damn mistakes in this fucking game. But get these 2 fields fixed and it should be good to go. Make sure all these soybeans are the same size. I'm pretty sure they are. Yeah, they are. All right, good. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and get out of this. I don't know what the hell happened, but it kind of got me worn out. It's 7:39, May 3rd, 4th year of this map. This is Farming Simulator 22, Michigan Farmers Map, Schafer's Ag Service Park 123, I think. Yep, this is an accurate replica of the farm I grew up on. I just fixed a big mistake that I don't know what happened. But it happened, and hope it doesn't happen again. Anyway, I don't think I need to. I think I need to stop trying to change when I add on to a field. Stop trying, because I think that may be what screwed it up. But anyway,